I saw this International Space Station crossing the moon, and I
You know what makes a big difference is if you unmute the microphone. I'm getting really good at this. I'll start all over again. Thank you, Tattlebum and Johnny V. Yes, I was just there ranting and raving away at the camera as you do, not remembering that you're friggin' muted. You think just because you uncover the camera that. Anyway, thanks for dropping by. This is just another informal chat, nothing in particular. I just wanted to do a big shout out to Eric Dubay for doing this massive compilation here. It's just some really good evidence of the realm we live upon. He's been doing it for many years. I wouldn't say I'm a huge fan of him, but I really acknowledge that the work he's done for the flat Earth. He's probably introduced more people to flat Earth than anybody else, give or take with Mark Sargent as well. And I mean, it's not a competition, it's not a battle. when the idea's time has come, so the truth is always going to get out there. What I thought I'd do today was just take a look at this other one I introduced the other day when I was just talking about how the ISS might work on the stationary planar Earth. I mean, honestly, we could look at this for all day long, actually. I love high altitude balloon footage. High altitude balloon footage basically convinced me that I'm a flat earther. G'day, Zeus. How you doing, brother? Altitude balloon footage. I mean, look at it. There's the people that think that the Earth is spinning 1.35 times the speed of sound beneath this balloon. That's one thing, you know. A lot of people will say, oh, well, it's inertia, it's momentum, all that sort of explain some of it. But the minute you start thinking about orbital speed, how fast we're going around the sun, I'm sorry, but I got a video for that too. I'm just going to present it as well because I love this video. It's just a really cool one, very quick and short. Sorry about the noise. Turn it down. That's a railgun projectile. That there, slow down in super duper slow motion, is a railgun projectile going about 8.6 Mach, which is that many times faster than the speed of sound. The Glurfers think that our spinning space ball goes 10 times faster than that around the sun. I just love this, presenting this as evidence that people actually believe the ground beneath our feet is going 10 times faster than this thing in super duper slow motion going around the sun. Anyway, I can probably we'll just have one more look at it. What the hell? Just tears straight through reinforced concrete, solid steel barriers by sheer force of momentum. Boom, 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 boom. And our Earth is going around the sun 10 times faster than that. So that's like really interesting that people would believe such a thing. As again, we just look at some, does the Earth look like it's really moving? Oh, we've actually reached the end of it finally. Just start it over again. You can watch this sort of stuff all day. In fact, if you do watch it, this is one of the things I've been arguing with the TikTokers. A little bit of sound, shall we? I don't think it really needs sound. This is what I've been arguing with the TikTokers for some of the morning this morning because, you know, it's Sunday. I didn't have much else to do. Is that you can see how high the atmosphere reaches until it turns to black. And that's why I give it this range of 12 to 14 miles, because as you can see, it's not a clear defined line. It sort of just gets hazy and hazy and hazy until eventually you've reached the edge of space and now you are in the darkness of space. And you look at the sun, it's no longer now a perfectly circular disk as we see when we're looking up through the atmosphere towards it. And it's obviously well higher than that ozone layer, 12 to 14 miles high. So this is the thing. If you don't understand what you're arguing against, you'll never have a good argument against it. So that's why I keep trying to talk to these globers, these people who think they're champions because they've been doing it for so long on the TikTok and they've never lost. Because they don't understand actually what they are arguing against. They just think the flat Earth is a dirt pizza in space or something ridiculous. It's still part of a heliocentric model, and so the sun should light it all at once and all that sort of nonsense. When you really understand the reality of our model, this is what you need to be looking at. You need to be looking at real observations. Now, this sort of technology did not exist to the ancient Greeks. They didn't even have telescopes. They didn't have P900s to zoom in on ships. They did not have digital cameras to send up into the stratosphere as we do. This has been the biggest game changer in human history, and people are still ignoring it. This is our Earth, man. This is it. This is how it looks. It is flat. It is stationary. The sun is not that far away. The atmospheric daylight region doesn't reach all that high. And there's the moon. There it is. Oh, look at that. That there. Look how tiny the moon is. That little dot right there, that is the moon. And yet for us down here on the Earth, when we are looking up through the firmament B, which is that stratospheric layer or the ozone layer, 12 to 14 miles high, that is where it creates a projection of itself. So all the sunlight side hitting it, projecting down to the eye of the viewer, is what creates the moon. Now, I'll be the first to admit I could be wrong. However, I've been studying this stuff for decades. And this is my personal opinion. And that's why the moon looks so tiny from this height. And yet, if it actually appeared down beneath that atmospheric layer there, that's when it will appear to be the big apparition of the moon that we see, because that's where it creates the light. It's not really creating any light from up there except for that tiny little spectrum of glow, because that's where the sunlight is hitting it. But that's not how we see it. Looking up through all the atmosphere, where we see the plasma apparition projection, holographic projection of the moon, which will give us all an identical phase of the moon depending on its geographic position relative to the sun. So I'm glad that I did watch this again, because I didn't even see this little speck before. That is the moon. That is our moon. Nobody ever thinks of it. So radio. So I'll keep presenting this on and off throughout the day. That there, as I said earlier on, when I was just warming up to get ready for this live, was it looks as though the Earth is born concave. That appearance is actually just the light itself bending. If you look onto my playlists where I've got one of the places called Nature of Light, very first one of that, it's been around, stood the test of time for years. It's bloody brilliant. Can't even think of the guy who made it. I could even try and download that and bring it in. It's actually the light itself, because it's coming from a source, single source, but that atmosphere is our giver of light. That's the thing that very few people can sort of get into their heads in the first place. And I'm not saying that I'm the only one who's ever worked this out. But there was that Eric Dollard some years back give that interview from the back of his car where he says that the sun isn't giving off anything. It's not giving out energy. It's not burning. It's not fusing as such. It's a transformer. It's transforming energy into what stimulates, electrostimulates or ionizes the atmospheric gases to create light. That's what all light is. It's all an electrostimulation of atmospheric gases. It's just like a fluorescent light bulb, and there's a big open air one, and we've got the ozone layer at that 12 to 14 mile height, that is basically waters above that holds it there. But then don't forget, we've still got all the way up to the firmament at least 70 miles high, which is massive. But I just want to bring that into it. That's why we have this twinkling of stars and the moon seen through it and the lunar wave, is because the O3, ozone, which is super cooled oxygen, that's the top of the atmospheric layer. Everything beneath that is what's fluorescing like an open air light bulb, and it's the different concentration of the gases which determine the intensity of the light. So in most cases, you got, you know, what is it, 80% nitrogen, 20% oxygen, 1% noble gases. They're the ones that are actually doing the most of the fluorescing, and they're dominated by the argon, and the argon is the one which gives us blue. And then around the edges, it's actually the neon. I think neon is actually highly underestimated into its importance because it fluoresces white in the presence of the sun. So why clouds, when you look up at them in the daytime, they will reflect white light back down. Ice-capped mountains will reflect white. Snow will reflect white. That's the neon light actually giving the white. The sky being blue is the argon dominance. And then at the edge of the neon, it fluoresces different colors when it gets less and less electrostimulation from the sun. And that's why it grows orange and pinks and reds and the different neon colors we see at twilight. So there's a lot going on because the Earth is really, really big. And that's the other thing that, you know, it's really hard to wrap your head around. Your field of view from your horizon to horizon might be 6 miles, might be 10, and it might be 50 if you lived on top of a mountain. Generally speaking, you can't even see 150 meters down your street. And that's where your sun appears, and that's where it sets down the other end. So in most instances, our field of view is tiny, and yet we still get minimum 12 hours average of daylight, sunlight. And that's why I say we seeing the sun from down where we are on Earth through this atmospheric layer, creating an apparition of light. Once we get above it, like we are here now, I'll keep that rolling a little bit there so we can see what I'm talking about. Everything changes. It's a completely different view from how we're seeing things from down on the surface. We're looking up through the atmosphere, through that blue glow, and so you see nothing else but blue sky through the day. That's how daylight works. I think this stuff is pretty self-evident, but it does take a bit of time. I might even, while I'm doing this, just go and quickly find that other video because I think it's really worth watching. Should be in here. Playlists. Nature of light. I really should have done this earlier. I didn't think to. I'll put this in the downloader so I can present it. Because I don't know how else to do it. Link. Download. Let there be light. Should be done. Cool. Back to StreamYard here. That's the video file. Now this is the coolest video. You've heard about
In the face of overwhelming odds, I'm left with only one option.
So again, I don't mean to abuse anybody's copyright. I'm just using this for information and educational and comedy purposes, of course, because it's all just fun and entertainment. But this is a brilliant video.
I'm gonna have to science the shit out of this.
So there you go, 78%.
Probably know neon for its use in lighted signs, but in fact, all of the noble gases glow when they are bombarded with electrons.
I'm really not sure if I can use this music or not, and I don't want to get copyright stricken, but what the hell, I love this song.
I remember when I lost my mind. There's something so pleasant about that place. Even your emotions have it so much space. Ooh, when you're out there.
Sorry to do that. I really don't like interrupting music when I'm into it. But this one here says once you get above the ozone layer, 12 to 18 miles up. So I've always been saying about 12 to 14. So it's like I came out with that independently just from high altitude balloon footage. So there could be a 6 mile thinning out layer of it. It's not definitely like a layer like, say, when you're deep in the ocean and you come up and you reach the surface of air, like a definite layer. That's water because of its density, but the atmosphere is completely different. It's got like such a gradual density gradient that you could give it that 12 to 18 miles difference and it still wouldn't be incorrect. You were given a fairly accurate guesstimate. Pardon me for interrupting that.
Without care, was out of touch. But it wasn't because I didn't know enough. Just knew too much. That made me crazy. That made me crazy. That made me Love that you having time of your life. Think twice. It's my only advice.
Pop my head up and make sure I don't get too much copyright.
Come on now. Who do you think you are? Ah, bless your soul. You really think you're in control? Well, I think you're crazy. I think you're crazy. I think you're crazy. Just like me. My heroes had the heart to lose their lives out on a limb. Oh, remember, sneaking be live. Ever since I was little, I looked like
I'm gonna mute that a little bit and just take it back, because I think the written words are more important, and a lot of the time we don't actually read the words. So this says lighting noble gases with a Tesla coil. So it's an electrostimulative charge in the atmosphere. Pay attention to the colors here, especially neon. The first and second glass tube are helium and neon, emitting a constant sky blue light when placed within the field. Neon also emits red and yellow photons. The sky looks blue because it is blue. The photons are a specific frequency our eyes interpret as blue. Helium, neon, argon, krypton, and xenon, the noble gases that make up 1% of all air. The sun creates the field, and the noble gases within this field create the light. You could say the sun governs the light. And I will also say there, I've already lost my point of thought. Oh, that's right. 1%. Most people say, oh, 1%, that's nothing. But let's say, for example, a very rich person presented to you. He was a trillionaire. And he says, I like you, young fella. I'm going to give you 1% of my income or my wealth. And you'd say, 1%? That's nothing. But when you're talking about 1% of a trillion, that's a huge figure. You would be the second richest person in the world. I've actually said the richest in the past, but it'd actually be second richest to the person who gave you that money. 1% of that is a huge amount. So it might seem insignificant, but you only need a small amount of these trace element gases in a fluorescent bulb, for example, to create light. This may also be the cause of lightning in the northern lights, but I'll save that for another video. Fair enough. Daylight and sunrise sunset colors of neon. See, the edges of it give you the twilight colors. In the middle, you get the white and blue, sky blue, yellows and reds. In reference to how far the sun is. Look for them the next time you watch the sunset. I've been looking at them for years. Absolutely. So yeah, that is a really cool video. A really good introduction to the nature of light and how it works. May as well. Hang on, that one. Might as well just put some of that fluff going again in the background. Sea Lightning is in the house too. Good to see you. Aussie Gold, awesome. RH, thanks for dropping by, guys. I did put a link down before. I wonder if I could do it again now. No, it won't work. I've already lost it. If anybody does want to hop up and have a chat, I don't know if you can do it from pasting from that, but that's the thing. If it does come up, that should be able to paste that in and link to here, and I should get an invitation. I've never actually done that before. So the next one I really want to get back into, and I could actually do a whole live on this, is this fella here. Might have to rewind him just a touch once he jumps in. He talks pretty fast and loud, so get your headphones ready once again.
How come it's only about a quarter of the size?
There we go. Right.
Today was a crazy day. I saw this International Space Station crossing the moon, and I thought to myself, how come it's only about a quarter of the size of a plane crossing the moon? Seems like it'd be much smaller than that, especially when we look at the size comparison and see that both an airplane and the International Space Station are about the same size as a football field. And then you look at a football field from an airplane window and you realize that it looks pretty small from there. So then I wonder, is this really 250 miles away? Then I thought to myself, well, it can't be fake because I can go on YouTube and watch the live stream of the ISS coursing across the face of the Earth. And someone obviously took this picture, and I know you can track it, and there's people who see it all the time, but the live feed footage doesn't look much higher than a weather balloon. And
that's exactly the point. That is exactly the point. Is the glyphs are really very strong on talking about the inverse square law in perspective. Now, I don't believe it's exactly correct because it can't be. because if you were going to say it's the inverse square law of something doubles the distance, it's half the size. The height of a telegraph pole next to you when you're looking down a road, it's going to be massive next to you. But the next one is quite small, the next one's quite small, and the next one's quite small. But each one of them is the same distance apart, but it doesn't mean that each one is half the size. So even though every third one is double the distance, it's not actually half the size of the 1-3 distances back. You know what I mean? It's the further they get, it gets gradual. But if the thing itself, let's say not a street light, like somebody walking down the road with a beach ball on the head, I think David Weiss has a really good example of that one, well worth watching. As it gets further and further away, yes, it does follow that law of perspective where double the distance, half the size. So it's not really necessarily the distance, it's distance relative to the size of the object. I'm getting way off track here. But basically, if an aeroplane at 5 to 6 miles high looks a certain size, quite little, then something about the same size as an aeroplane 250 miles away should appear at least 10 times smaller, not just half the size. That's the point I think he's trying to make here. 250 miles is a massive distance further. If you followed the square rule law, technically it should be a 250th of the size. No, it wouldn't. It would be a 25th of the size, not half the size. So by showing that it's half the size, it's a very valid point, which I think is well worth.
We all know most satellites are launched by balloon. So then I came across this thing, which is a U.S. patented triangular spacecraft that uses what is called unconventional spacecraft propulsion systems, which is a spacecraft having a triangular hull with vertical electrostatic line charges on each corner that produce a horizontal electric field parallel to the sides of the hull. This field, interacting with a plane wave emitted by the antennas on the sides of the hull, generates force per volume, combining both lift and propulsion. Then I find out that these electrostatic propulsion systems are used in satellites. Then I start to look into electrostatic levitation. What? Then I find out about the electrostatics in our atmosphere, that it has an equipotential increase of 100 volts per meter, which could possibly be the reason for the downward bias of things trying to seek equilibrium on the ground.
See, I do differ with a lot of flat earthers, and I don't mean to be controversial, because I admire and respect everybody who thinks independently and thinks for themselves, but I really don't think that you need electrostatic forces to be a thing. I don't think that gravity is a force. I actually believe the only force is resistance, and resistance actually comes from an increase of density. So because everything in air is just not resisted apart from air resistance, that's why it's going to drop. There's no electrostatic force required to give a downward bias to anything. It's just going to do it due to the natural properties of density and resistance, which is sometimes even called buoyancy, because buoyancy is the resistant force. You get buoyancy in water because water has density. So, I hear people using it all the time about this electrostatic thing because they think it might make them sound a bit more clever, but I don't think the whole density and buoyancy equation requires it. That's just my opinion. And I stand to be corrected by somebody who can explain it to me in a better way, but it's not really required. Again, it's extraneous to our observations on the stationary planet Earth as to why everything finds its position. The electrostatic thing just basically describes how much stimulation the atmosphere is getting to light up, for example, but it's not saying why a thing would go up or down. Density does that perfectly.
And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I figure out that liquid oxygen is actually magnetic.
Now that is freaky. And I just stopped that quickly. I just saw, hey, Gary Wybanger here in the chat to you. Good to see you, brother. Yeah, he agrees with me. No electrostatic force needed. Thank you, because I really don't think it is. And I can see why people do argue, because they want to sound clever. That's all I say. Anyway, I'm going to keep watching this fella, because this is really interesting. See how the liquid oxygen is apparently magnetic. Now, that is interesting.
And I'm like, wait a minute. Hold on. If liquid oxygen is magnetic and frozen oxygen is this beautiful sky blue, then does liquid oxygen somehow interact with this electrostatic orbital electromagnetic field? I don't know. Wait, what? Then I found this thing. A toroidal field made out of copper and stones. All of a sudden, he hangs this golden necklace over it, and it starts orbiting. Oh, have you seen the path of the ISS over the flat Earth? Yeah, that's the path it takes.
Now, that is a screenshot. That's what I used for that last video that I did. I actually made that my screenshot, because I actually think that that also represents somewhat very close to the moon's path as well. It's not quite as severe as that. It's more in the center, but it's doing something very similar with 13 rotations throughout the year to create the months 12 to 13. Depends on which year. Sometimes you get 12, sometimes you get 13. But I think that that is also working on a similar sort of property, that the moon sort of somewhat kind of like what the ISS is. Not, exactly, because obviously the ISS is man-made, where moon is made by giants. Shut up.
The International Space Station path over the flat Earth, it's a toroidal field. I don't know. This is why they don't want us to do our own research, because simply just asking a question about this sent me on this whole rabbit trail.
And you look at the size of that ISS. And yeah, I would say a plane might appear more than twice the size of that as it traverses in front of the moon, depending, but you don't know how high the plane was at the time. Like, some of them might only be 10,000 feet high, and they'll appear a lot bigger. Some might be 35,000 feet high, which would make them a lot smaller. This thing is supposed to be 250 miles high, going 10 times faster than a speeding bullet. And we can get that sort of thing. You can't even get that with very good slow motion camera footage of a bullet down here. It's definitely not as high. I would say that thing is 25 miles high, if it's a foot. That's what I would say.
Finding a lot of other things that may be... Whoa, Viper! I almost got done with the video, but then guess what you did? You screamed at me.
Guys,
what do you want? What?
I think
Hold
his
on.
video is about
What'd
to
you just
end
say to me? Anyway, hey, could this thing possibly be orbiting a different way?
Yeah.
Could the firmament be scientifically explained?
And at that, I might just make myself look a little bit bigger now that it's finished. I believe that we actually have at least two known firmaments. The first one is that firmament B at the 12 to 40 mile high height, the ozone layer. The other one is about 70 miles high, and I believe that it captures an ocean of superfluid helium, He3. So it's virtually purely cold. It's hydrogen above it, I believe, is the actual firmament, is hydrogen. That's why it is so super cruising. And that superfluid helium band or ocean is what the sun appears in as an orb of light, and the helium is actually shielding it, and the moon actually floats on the undersurface of that. Now, this is my, as I say, personal opinions, but I've gained these opinions through many, many years of study and observation and deduction. And I think that's the one thing that science is sort of not quite up to par with is that forensic science is what we should be doing. And forensics is the analysis of the evidence and eliminating that which is not possible or impossible until what you are left with is the truth. That's the facts. So it doesn't matter what you want to believe or what you prefer to believe and how much you can't accept it. Whatever you're left with at the end of it, that's how science should be working. It's the process of deduction. It's detective work. That's what it really is. A detective is really the highest scientist. He's just doing it on a different field in most examples because a crime has been committed, as opposed to in science. I do believe that a high-honest crime has been committed throughout history, and that's to say we live on a spinning space ball hurtling through space. So to analyze that, what you do is you go through the process of analysis and you eliminate that which is impossible, which leaves you with the facts. That's science, however you look at it. So this video does continue on, and I haven't watched this next part yet, so I shall.
Do you still think we're going to space? You think these rockets are actually meeting up with an international space station orbiting the Earth at 17,000 miles per hour, and somehow this is going to catch up to it? I just want to say ahead of time, I get fired up with these videos because it makes me so angry that people can't see through the lies of NASA and SpaceX. But I'm going to try to let you see, and I apologize if I'm sarcastic, but like I said, these fire me up. I'm going to show you, this was launched 4 days ago. I'm going to show you a quick little fast forward of it, and then I'm going to break it down, and I'm going to make them look so silly that if you watch the whole thing, there's no way you won't at least think for a second that maybe they're faking it.
Ignition, engine full power, and
I just kind of went fast here so you could get the idea, and then we'll tear it apart. This was an overview of this shuttle launch from 4 days ago. Let's start with the easy stuff. One, they probably launched a rocket and it's going up, and then look, this is still up, and this is the easy part. We're just going to follow this on its path on its way back down, okay? This is the easy one, and then I want to show you some more fun. Okay, I fast forward a little bit so because you can see this is going down, and then once you think it's really going down, then they make cuts like this, and now it's really going down, but somehow they expect people to think that's going up still. Up is up, people.
Totally agree with this. I haven't seen a lot of this contributor on TikTok, but he's actually done some really good stuff from what I have seen, so I should try and find him. Probably should make him bigger so I can read him again too. Something flat. Yeah, my screen isn't as good a thing as I'd like it to be, but basically what he's saying is correct. Yeah, these things, they don't keep going up and up. Well, they would get smaller and smaller, as they say our sun should do, which is crazy because I've done a couple of little things recently about light attenuation, and it's an interesting thing. If you ever shine a torch out into the darkness at night, what you notice is that the light beam expands. It gets bigger and bigger because it's sort of concentrated, and they've done the same sort of thing in laser experiments across a very long distance. If you haven't got the super powerful, super duper laser, the light expands, it diverges. So if you hit it against, say, a white board in the distance, it might appear really large. So why the heck wouldn't the sun be doing exactly the same thing? As it's moving away, it's getting smaller and smaller due to perspective, but the light itself is still expanding through more and more atmosphere. So it sort of cancels each other out. So that's why the sun doesn't necessarily have to change size and appear smaller just because we live on the stationary planet Earth, as we all know we do. Anyway, I'll let this guy talk. He's interesting.
So here's this. There's some fun ones. Stick around. First, let's just look at another simple one. This is what they show as that rocket is going up, okay? Notice this view. There's no instruments right up on them. And then they cut later, and all of a sudden, this is what it looks like. Like they're, you know, in Star Wars right up on these screens. Those screens weren't there, so one error.
The crew is experiencing about 3 Gs, so pretty much a roller coaster for those thrill seekers out there. Pretty much a roller coaster.
This is gold. Pretty much a roller coaster.
Oh, here we go. Up goes the wheel.
All right, telemetry. Stage 1 throttle.
There's that call out that Falcon 9's engines are throttling down to help us pass through the period of maximum dynamic pressure during ascent.
Max Q.
That's a really good comment there. Actually, see lightning. Superman could only fly faster than a speeding bullet that goes 1,700 miles per hour, but Superman isn't real. When you really think about it, you know, like, bear me out here. This is just another theory that I've been working with for a little bit because I always like using the conspiratorial mind to think things out. But where did Superman end up going to live? The North Pole. Where does Santa live? The North Pole. Santa's dressed in red, in his cape or whatever, and Superman sort of has a red cape too, doesn't he? So it sort of suggests that Santa, Satan's claws comes from the North Pole. So all our deceptions comes from the North Pole. And Superman, of course, man, I loved Superman when I was a child. I have to admit, that was the one movie I was allowed to see. We didn't see many movies. I didn't get to see Star Wars. I was not really actually that disappointed about it for some reason. It didn't bother me because I didn't get to see it, so I didn't know what I wasn't missing. But I watched Superman. I loved Superman because flying, man, that was I loved to fly in my dreams. So, in fact, it's all related to the man in the red cape, Dracula, from the North Pole, Superman. Santa Claus gives you all the gifts. If you do the right thing, he'll reward you. There's a lot to be said about that. I just thought I'd put that out there. It's irrelevant, but interesting.
There's that call out for Max Q.
Falcon 9 is supersonic.
And that Falcon 9 is going faster than the speed of sound.
What does it feel like to pull G's in a modern fighter like the F-16 or the F-35? Welcome, my name is Hazard. I'm an F-35 fighter pilot for the Air Force. So this is a great question. What does it feel like to pull G's? First, let's understand what G's are. So G's are the number of times of the force of gravity on your body. So right now, under 1 G, I weigh, or 1 time the force of gravity, I weigh 210 pounds, 230 to 240 with my gear on. And if you've ever been in a...
Now, that's an interesting point too. As I say, I haven't really listened to this before, but I think that's worth dissecting, because when you think about it, if you, we've all heard the story about David and Goliath, how he has the rock in a sling. That rock is just a rock. Like if you just bopped him on the head with it, it ain't going to do shit. But because it's been spun and spun and spun and flung, the way a sling works, it turns that rock into a projectile that basically killed the giant. So that's the whole story behind it. So technically, that rock was still a rock. You know, you could drop it in your hand, it would do nothing. So it's the speed and the momentum of something that actually turns something's weight. And this is not the correct term for it, because it's not weight, it's the measurable weight. So if you had a centrifuge, whatever, and you were spinning something around it, and that centrifuge was also the base of a scale, like you had a scale built into the whole disc of it, the thing is going to appear to weigh much more than what it weighs if it's just sitting on a stationary scale. That's the thing about relative motion, is that the weight, the mass, and the volume remains a constant. The ability to detect the weight is what changes. That's the thing with G forces. So you will appear to weigh a lot more on a roller coaster moving really fast than you will appear to weigh in water where you float. That's the thing. But your mass has not changed. Your weight has not changed. It's all relative to the medium that you're in and the environment that you're in and your motion. That's where I think the warped space-time thing gets it all wrong, because it's the physical matter in motion that will challenge the ability to weigh it, but the weight itself never changes. That's the biggest thing with where the Globers are going with this.
A roller coaster where you're turning, going in a loop, and it kind of pushes your head down. That's 3 to 4 G.
The crew is experiencing about 3 Gs, so pretty much a roller coaster for those thrill seekers out there.
Looks just like those guys on that SpaceX rocket, right? They're just freaking chilling, have no problem lifting their 600-pound hand.
Exactly. It's two opposing forces.
Here's
their
the
mass
station
against
too.
the mass
This was from
of
that
the
video.
plane.
Sure, yeah. And this is going 17,000 miles per hour, and that rocket is supposed to catch up to it. How? But then
He's onto it.
Watch the docking of it. If you can't see, this is like a toy, a model. Watch how this moves here. Come on. Come on, guys. I saved the absolute best for last. Are you ready for this? Watch. If you're not convinced yet and you watch this and you're still not, you're never going to get it. You see it? They're using green screens. Nobody's going to space. There's literally a firmament above us. You can't get to the moon. You can't get to space. Space isn't even what you think.
Boom. Change the full screen again. Enlarge that so I could see it. Absolutely. That guy's onto it. A lot of us are onto it. Most flat earthers are onto it. People are getting onto it more and more and more. They can only keep up deception for so long, and we're all over them like a rash. Let's see what the next clip is.
They rose up to eye level.
Let's
I
follow
remember
again.
saying, boy, the world is flat. I'm looking it in the eye. I see further. I see wider. I see clearer.
Earth is a great kid. She's really bright, but she's been having a little trouble lately. She brought this in to show the other students the section on the lunar landings.
Yeah, it's on the old textbooks. She always loved the pictures.
It's an old federal textbook. We've replaced them with the corrected versions.
Corrected.
Explaining how the Apollo missions were fake to bankrupt the Soviet Union.
You don't believe we went to the moon?
You know, Matthew McConaughey's not really
Hey, Ross, can you hear me?
Ah, shit. I did it again. I came around here with my mic mute. Yeah, g'day, Nemo. How you doing?
What's up, brother?
Good, bro. How you doing? Sorry, I didn't see you sitting there. I just saw something moving in the background, and I've never added somebody to a live before, so.
I appeared like a ghostly apparition in the background.
Yeah, yeah. Tell us a bit about yourself, Nemo. I'm not sure if I know you that well.
Yeah, we exchanged a few comments and replies on Facebook, but excuse me, on YouTube. But I'm from New England in the States, and I came across the flat Earth dilemma, I guess, because it is a dilemma. Once you reach that stage and you accept it finally that you've been lied to on that massive scale, there's no turning back. You can never go back to the way you were before that.
Absolutely, yeah. I just went on a huge freaking rant seeing you.
Just out of curiosity, Ross, when did you discover the flat Earth?
I discovered it way longer than I realized. I realized it basically in my late teens, I think it was. But I thought it might have been concave, just as a what would you call it, a thought experiment. But once I realized it was flat, I probably came in at the same time most people when Mark Sargent and Eric Dubay were putting out their things that were starting to hit the mainstream. That's when it really hit me that what I knew all along, yes, it is flat. I was told probably 10 years earlier by my father-in-law, who now my ex-father-in-law, but for my ex-wife. But he was a merchant sea captain. And after he'd retired, we were just sitting around one morning. My kids were still only young. I think my youngest was only 4 or 5 still. And they were all born within 3 years. He told me the Earth is flat. He really thinks the Earth is flat. And he'd sailed all around the world. And I thought it was the most insane thing I'd ever heard at the time. I just couldn't accept it. So, yeah, it took me a good 10 years before I realized, holy shit, I really wished I'd listened to him because he knew what he was talking about. He'd experienced it. He'd been to all the major ports around the world, all the major canals. He knew what he was talking about. Yeah. So,
did you ever hear that Mark
at least
Twain
10
quote?
Years. Sorry?
I was just going to say, did you ever hear that Mark Twain quote? It's easier to fool somebody than to get them to believe they've been fooled.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yep.
Do you think that's the major? Do you think that's the major obstacle in most people realizing that we don't live on a globe? Is that even when they do start to glimpse that the truth is there, they recoil from it and they can't face the necessary things that are going to come with that realization.
Most definitely. Yeah. Yep. That is 100%. You've been fooled, but if somebody comes and tries to tell you you've been fooled, you feel like a fool, so you're going to go into denial mode, and then you're going to get angry, and you're going to start lashing out and say you're a really idiot, sort of thing. That's what I experience all the time. Yep. So yeah, it's a hard thing.
Since I've come out as I just call myself a globe denier. I don't try to make any claims that I know where we are or what we're on. I mean, it looks flat to me, but I mean, all I can really say is it's not a globe because my research indicates it's definitely not a globe. But when I came out with that to my to certain people, and I was very selective about who I talked to about that, by the way, I got open ridicule. Like I was ridiculed like never before. My intelligence was ridiculed, and they were called. They thought I had fallen for a psyop that was designed to take people away from larger issues, which is ridiculous once you do the research.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that the biggest issue has to be the flat Earth. Everything stems back to it. Once you've broken through that barrier, everything else falls into place. Every single one of those issues, every other side of it. Yeah, it's the biggest one. And it all comes back to, I think, the 1500s when the Jesuits decided they're going to turn the Earth into a spinning space ball so they can find it lost in the galactic sea, the galaxy, and therefore they can claim ownership of everything they found lost at sea. So it's a legal sort of agreement that they found their way to wrap their way around it to say, well, if we get everybody to believe it and consent in it, then they can technically take ownership of everything.
Ross, that's brilliant, brother. That's brilliant because I hear so few people connecting that dot to maritime admiralty law and law of the sea and all that stuff. That's all connected to this. And most people never even bring that up.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, you may be one of the only person I've heard bring that up.
Well, that's the ultimate question, isn't it? Is why would they do it? What's the point? What do they have to gain? And that's what it is that they can claim ownership because, yeah, Admiralty law says whatever you find lost at sea, you can take possession of the whole lot. You've got no owner. You know, that's why the captain always has to sink with his ship because he's got to go down with it. But you've claimed all the possessions and all the wealth before he goes down with it. So if we consent, oh, well, we have to go down with our ship or whatever, well, whatever's left becomes property, ownership. And it's all goes back to the Vatican, the Crusades, the whole works. You know, they just eliminated all opposition and basically said, no, you belong to us because we found you. You're our property. You work for us. And we all do. That's why we pay taxes. It's all the biggest scam imaginable. That's why I think flat Earth is the solution to all the problems that everybody's so fed up with, because we think if we can all get on board with this whole concept, that the truth is what sets us free. It's the concept in your head. It's got nothing to do with your daily life isn't going to change, but it will eventually. That's where I come.
That's another thing I deal with is the few people I did bring this up to, I encountered an amazing amount of apathy. Like their response was, what difference does it make? And I couldn't believe that response. That shocked me. Yeah. That they actually didn't see the difference it made.
Yeah, you got to connect the dots, don't you? Not everybody can do that, I guess. You know, people who are considered conspiracy theorists, like Mark Sargent, and I think myself, I'm a bit like that as well, is I've been connecting the dots all the time. You always look for either what they're hiding or what else they're doing, or, there's always going to be another story behind what's going on. And so if you can connect the dots, then, you will work out what difference does it make. It doesn't make a huge difference instantly here and now, but mentally, like an innocent person locked in prison can be mentally free, even though his body is imprisoned, because he knows the truth. And that's what allows him to survive. Whereas it might send somebody else absolutely bananas because they just can't handle it, I guess. I don't know. Yeah.
Don't you feel like that's how you just described how I feel in my day-to-day life. Like I am in a prison, but I've woken up to the truth.
Yeah. Yeah. That's how I see it too. People say, oh, you still have to go to work. I say, well, yeah, I do. But at least in my head, I can see the light at the end of the tunnel, so to speak. There is hope for the future. Whereas when you're in a hopeless situation, you just sort of give up.
Right. Yeah, I think that. Do you believe that in any time in the near future this is going to break widespread? Because if it does, I can't see how the controllers could maintain control, because the majority of people would never believe anything they ever say again. So what do you think the likelihood of it ever breaking in the mainstream media?
There's definitely a lot of people working very hard to stop it. Like, absolutely. And so they try and, put us on the fringe and make us look like crazy people and all that sort of stuff. But I actually think we've pretty well come close to that breaking point. I think there's enough people now, especially because of recent, pandemics and various things, that people are actually fed up with their bullshit, and maybe they're not going to jump on board necessarily straight away with flat Earth, but it doesn't take much to put two and two together. Water level, no rotation, no curvature. Eventually, you're going to have to see, oh yeah, they found us lost in the galactic sea, and I really think it's reaching that breaking point. It can't be prevented.
Ross, I'm not a religious person, but I do believe in God. And I want to say that, honestly, I think it might be a spiritual distinction. Like spiritually, you have to be ready to accept that information on a spiritual level. It can't just be a mental level, because it brings so many associations with it. And it brings so many, again, like I say, once you've committed to the concept that they've lied to you about the biggest thing that they've told you, like this is the granddaddy of all psyops. And once you've realized that, everything underneath it's going to crumble like like vanilla ice cream that's piled too high. It's going to crumble. It's going to fall over. So I don't think that it's not just a mental acceptance of the information, because the information is basic. And I think any reasonably intelligent person can assimilate that information. I think it's a deeper thing where it's a spiritual barrier and it has to be broken for people to really get that message. Do you have any thoughts on that, Ross?
Yeah, actually, I think you sort of hit the nail on the head there. I think a lot of people have actually had their spirit broken. That's what the compulsory government indoctrination centers are all about. That's what school is. It's even the church used to say, give me a child until he's 7. They actually break their spirit, and it's not that hard to do, because all you have to do is, a child trusts the adults, so they believe what they're told. And so we're fed all this information, and these days we've also got the television as well as the schools and the whole rest. And I really think that you can watch as people are getting dumber and dumber. I don't think it's because they lack the intelligence, even though they possibly do because of the poisoning and the toxins and stuff in our food and our air and our water and all the rest. But basically our spirits have been broken from a young age, and the more you do it throughout the generations, then they're definitely on a spiraling downward path to try and eliminate the majority of us people who, we really want nothing more than just to exist and be free and to be happy. That's the whole pursuit of happiness, is the whole purpose of life. And I think maybe the ones that who are so trying to control it all, maybe they're missing something that they are jealous of, because we have a soul or something, and so they just want to destroy what they can't have. And we've been conditioned to accept it. Every single time another thing happens, we have to have a license to drive. I mean, we're just fucking traveling, for Christ's sakes. Part of my language. I'm not trying to blaspheme anybody. I'm not overly religious either, but I definitely believe in higher creative powers. I think we are much higher, stronger spirits than we've been allowed to believe that we could possibly be. And by brainwashing us into this little tiny cubicle, we're actually creating a realm, an invisible, non-existent, but etheric realm, which we believe in as the universe, which allows these archaic type, is that the correct word? You know what I mean? These other beings to actually exist in. They thrive on that energy that we feed into a false belief system, which is...
they're called archons.
Archons, that's the one. Yeah. So we're creating that realm for them to exist because we believe what they're feeding us, and they're feeding off our beliefs. It's a bit of a two-way street there, and they depend upon us. So if we break that spell, we set ourselves free, man.
Are you of the opinion that a large portion of the population is just not meant to take that jump? Like, it seems to me like I've sat down with people that I consider highly intelligent, and these are people that are already hip to a lot of the conspiracies. Like, they already know a lot of the psyops that go on. But when I get to this subject, they shut down. So I hate to sound repetitive, but it does seem like until your spirit is opened to a certain frequency or a certain type of wavelength, I just don't see them. I don't see any, as much as I would love to see a big change in the world, I don't see a massive acceptance of this concept. Like, if you even check out the most popular FE channels like Witsit or Jaren, and even the anti-flat earth stuff like McToon and FTFE, you'll notice that it's a lot of the same people, right, watching these shows. And it on a live debate, it only is like under 1,000 people. Like, you're lucky if you get 1,000 people watching these debates live. So that proves to me that most people are not thinking about this subject as much as some people would like to disagree with me. So again, I just feel like if the spiritual level was raised, there would be more acceptance to this. But I take it as a spiritual warfare type of situation.
No, I see your point. And I think that's actually a great point. Maybe it's not meant for everybody. That's the whole point of it. Maybe everybody has their certain level. And, I could go into a whole bunch of ideas what I think maybe is happening. Like, sometimes I think that we are living in an artificial construct, not necessarily the simulation theory, but something akin to it. But it's still an organic, natural, real thing. Bit like the Truman Show type of thing. and we could be set back way in time. And so everybody's sort of just reaching their own level at their own pace and own time. And maybe there's heaps of different dimensions, different realms. You can't really judge anybody for whatever level they're at. But you certainly bring up a really good point, is that I guess, yeah, maybe this is how whoever it is sorts wheat from chaff. Is, you know, present everybody with everything, and well, then some will rise above whatever exists, others will stay at their level because that's where they're happy at, and that's what they'll be at until eventually maybe we'll all reach our point of enlightenment, so to speak. But no, it's great questions. Really makes you think.
Yeah, it also, have you ever studied Buddhism, Ross, and the Wheel of Samsara?
Yeah, actually, I am way back when I was still in high school. I grew a little bit disgruntled with the educational system. When I was 16, I was always really young for my year at school, and I had sort of a year up my sleeve. I went off to California for a year as an exchange student, and when I realized the level of education over in the States, I'd sort of given up on the education system altogether. So when I came back to Australia, I still had to do another year and a half of high school, go back to year 11 and 12 before I could finish. And I ended up spending most of my time up in the school library instead of going to class. And I started finding Buddhism books, Zen Buddhism and stuff. And yeah, so I started finding a huge interest in that sort of thing. And yeah, it definitely changed my life. Just reading it, trying to understand it, and maybe trying to apply some of it to me. So it actually gave me a much greater appreciation for Christianity as well. Like, I understood Christhood way better than what growing up as a Christian and a Catholic, going to church, or had ever taught me. You know, that was sort of like a downward spiral of mundane, I don't know, boring death worship type of thing. As I got into Buddhism, it opened up my mind and realized, oh yeah, well, Christ was enlightened. He was a Buddha type of thing, and a Buddha is a Christ, and Krishna is a Christ. There's been many Christ-conscious people, and that's pretty much, I think, what we should be seeking to be, is enlightened ourselves, not just look up to an authority figure and beg for forgiveness or say, I believe you and heal me. You know,
find the Christ within, Ross.
Exactly. Yeah. Right. Physician, heal thyself is the same sort of thing. It's yeah. So
I agree with you 100%. The Wheel of Samsara is an interesting concept because it posits that we have to keep coming back to a material existence to learn these lessons. And maybe, as as we both seem to agree, this is some kind of a test, and we have to keep coming back here until we get to a level of awareness that facilitates us moving to the next level or the next thing, whether it be heaven or whatever. It could be many levels of simulations, though. I mean, even after physical death, that may not be the ultimate reality.
Yeah, 100%.
But yeah, I agree with you 100%. When I came out, again, I have one specific person, a cousin of mine, and this guy is really hip. He's smart. He understands psyops and he understands the conspiracies going on. But he shut down totally with Flat Earth. Shut down totally. And our friendship has never really been the same because he ridicules me now all the time.
Oh, no. Wow. Yeah, I sort of say it too. I always use the example too, a bit like going to school. Like when you're ready to graduate to the next class, you go up to the next level. That's how we learn by degrees, as they call it. You know, so you go up degree, but eventually you might come full circle, which is the full 360 degrees. That's when you sort of beat that wheel, that karmic wheel cycles of birth and rebirth, because you can sometimes reach a certain point in an existence where you overcome all those lives of karma. You've realized you've paid your price or whatever it might be, and you are ready to then move up to another dimension. But yeah, I wouldn't definitely say that then that next dimension is all there is. I would say it keeps on going and going and going, for sure. Yeah. And I think sometimes that certain people or beings, like spiritual beings, will come down to this level and give us some teaching every now and then, give us a little boost to help us out. But yeah, I would think a little bit like the Bible says, you know, again, I'm not biblical, but I like a lot of the sayings from it, that the kingdom of heaven is like the tiny mustard seed. It just keeps growing and growing and growing. that's pretty much what I see the universe as being, is it's just another higher dimension of existence where higher intelligences are able to operate because they've overcome that negative thing. And the thing with down on this plane, the negative energies, if they manifested instantly, like every time you felt angry about something, if that manifested instantly, it could be so destructive. We'd be sending off nuclear bombs every 3 seconds. So you can't enter the next level until you've overcome that thing where all you can send out is peace and love. That's pretty much it. You know, it's like you cannot have a destructive force energy and be committed in the higher frequencies because it would happen instantaneously. So, yeah, that's
I agree with you.
what I've come to understand. And
Profound,
that's why we're
Ross.
here. This is our school.
Yeah.
This is our school, man. We don't have to be perfect. We don't have to get full A's every time and all the rest of it. Yeah.
Everything you just said is what I feel in my heart. That's how I feel about it. I feel like we're never going to, we can't really, I think most of us as a race of beings, as you said, it would be horrific if we had the power, if we could facilitate these changes in our lives based on the level we're at now, it would probably be more harmful than good. Like we have to be ready to use that power in a creative and in a beneficial way for everyone. I'm not a lot of people say I'm a black pill type of guy, and I don't consider myself that. But I have to admit that if you look at a lot of our fellow human beings, they're really not ready. I mean, the people I hang around with a lot of times and I see, it would frighten me to death to think that they had that kind of power and they could use it at any moment. Because like you said, there'd be a lot of bloodshed. I know some where I hang out and where I live, there's a lot of angry people. And they hate their government, and a lot of them hate their neighbors. A lot of them hate themselves. And it's until that spiritual checkup comes and you analyze your own self and you wonder, you know, at what stage am I at? Am I getting near that level where I can get to the next stage, or am I stuck on that low vibration level? Until you're analyzing yourself, I don't even think you're in the game yet. Like you're not even entering the battle of good versus evil or light versus darkness.
No, mate. Yeah, you've absolutely nailed it. Like, yeah, you cannot enter into I don't know. Let's just say you're riddled with parasites and filth and stuff. You're going to go and enter into a beautiful paradise realm. No, you're going to have to get washed off of all that sort of stuff before you can even enter. You have to cleanse yourself of it all, and I think that's pretty well why we're all here in this Earth school, to cleanse ourselves of all this negative, parasitic, filthy sort of stuff that just serves no purpose apart from destroying. So yeah, the next dimension, I think, if you're ready to enter it, you pretty well have to be purified. And you know, right. I've spent some parts of my life getting close to that, and I've really felt once at one time, over half my life ago, I would have been 26, I think it was, when my youngest daughter wasn't even quite 2 at the time. But I had an amazing experience. I had an out-of-body experience, and I just left for, I couldn't tell you, it was a really, really long time. When I popped back into my body, I sort of laughed a bit. I was like, oh, I wear glasses. And I went through so many emotional things. I think I had a visit, you know, some sort of experience where I did see what it's like in this other dimension, but it's all blocked from my memory. I can't really remember a single thing that happened. All I know is I was gone for a very long time. And it's a very weird experience then to come back into my body and be myself again all over again. It's like, oh, well, now very strange. So, yeah. And I was right into everything about, you know, alternative health, very pure living, trying to become vegan, all that sort of stuff, you know, not polluting my holy temple with dead animal flesh, all that sort of stuff. But, yeah, I'm not saying that I was perfect. I still ate fish and chicken and stuff back at the time, but I was on a path to right. Purification. And, yeah, and for 2 weeks, I actually was super fully enlightened. Hard to explain. Like I had a book sitting on my shelf for many years called the Bhagavad Gita. I'd never really looked at it. I just thought I'll read that one day. And I just sat out in my backyard with the book, and I actually just didn't even read the pages, just flicked through them, and it was as though I just absorbed all that knowledge straight into me because the pages presented themselves to me. It was a very weird experience, but yes, I couldn't quote it verbatim, what I read, but yeah, I think that again just going back to where we are here and now on the earth is we are here as part of a school. It's a system, and you don't get to graduate until you pass all your lessons.
So let me ask you this, Ross. Knowing that, and I've been on similar, I've had similar situations where I felt a kind of transcendence, and I didn't identify so much with my earthly avatar. I kind of realized it was just a role I was playing for a specific amount of time, a finite amount of time. And when you're in that mindset, everything does. It seems blissful. Like you can see like an endless vista of just possibilities and knowledge that lies in front of you. But when you're back in your, like when the Earth School has a way of dragging you back down into the mud, so to speak. Do you understand what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like you can't stay. It's hard to attain that level and stay there because it always seems like life throws things at you that wants to drag you down to a lower vibration. Do you dig what I'm saying, Ross?
Oh yeah, I know exactly. As I said, it only lasted for 2 weeks for me. I still had to go back to work because I had to do my job. I was cleaning a pub, and the guy I worked with getting angry at me one day because he was one decided, oh, in this particular room they don't have to lift up the chairs if they're not too busy. And so if they didn't lift up the chairs, it wasn't that easy to clean, and I might have missed one or two things. So he comes back into the room, and he starts picking up the chairs and throwing them around, saying, "Can't you see the fucking mess under here?" And I was like, "Well, I didn't see it. I missed it." But the way it made me so angry was really quite mind-blowing because I started getting really angry, like having these horrendously angry thoughts like, who the fuck do you think you are? You can't talk to me like that, and all this rest of the shit. And I eventually went down to a headland and washed under this, the spring water that comes flowing into the ocean where I used to live. But the very next day, when I went back to the pub, the women's toilets on the side where he was cleaning were covered in these big black markers. Somebody had taken out a big black marker and written all over the tile walls the very thoughts that I was sending out as an angry expression. I was that angry that somebody was picking up on it. Yeah. And they also wrote something about somebody has to do something about this guy. We can't sleep, blah, blah, blah. So there are psychic people out there who pick up on a lot of stuff. And yeah, our thoughts are very real, very energetic, and certain people are very sensitive to them. It was the most bizarre thing I've ever been through. But I lost my enlightenment through that experience.
Yeah, I've had many of those experiences. It almost seems like it's a necessary part of the deal that when you get higher on a certain level, something has to balance it out on a lower level. And it can be a rough journey. I know a few months ago you were having, it seemed like I saw a video you did and it seemed like you were having a rough time. And I really could empathize with you because I go through periods where I don't want to say I lose faith, but it just becomes harder to remember what I know. You know what I mean? Like I already know the outcome is assured and everything's good at on some level. Like at the ultimate level, everything's peachy keen. But when you're in the here and now and a certain specific event happens that really tests your patience, it can be difficult.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, the physical realm, they say, is the most difficult one. So, yeah. But I think we all elected to be here for a reason too. Whether we're aware of it or not, I think most of us forget. But I've had some really intense, amazing dreams. Like it's one of the things I'm actually I feel I'm blessed with is I have dreams all the time, and a lot of them are quite meaningless, and a lot of them are quite enjoyable. Some of them are terrifying. So there's all sorts of things. But I've also had a lot of things revealed to me in dreams, and one of the ones I had is actually what it was like before being born. And it was like I'm in a realm. There's not really any time or whatever, but very hard to explain. But eventually everybody gets to go into a room, which is like a waiting room. And then you get to put on some sort of full body skin suit where only the eyes show through it. So the whole thing sort of like that. And then the next thing is you hop on something like akin to a water slide, which I think is like a torus field or some sort of thing which we go through, is how we become into a human physical body. And in the process of doing that, we lose all our memories. You actually dissolve yourself into this white light, and that's when you appear into the fetus inside your mother, and then you spend 9 months forgetting everything until eventually you're born. That's sort of what was shown to me in this particular dream. And the reason it was really why I remember it so well is because as I was going down the tube to get somewhere, I fell off. And so I didn't actually reach that incarnation I was supposed to have made. And so then the next thing, you know, I see this guy who actually looks very much like an older version of my father, but completely timeless. And I don't even have to say a word to him. He understands immediately and just looks at me and gets me back into line. And next thing I'm following another being down this tube who's my older brother. And yeah, it just all made so much sense to me, is that, we're sort of in a limbo area where there is no time, and you get to spend a lot of time thinking about the things you did wrong and you got to make amends for, and things might go wrong, but you always got a second chance. You get another go at it. And for whatever reason, I also remember being born. So, you know, a lot of people don't have that memory. I actually physically remember looking at the face of the doctor as I came out. It was blinding lights and everything. And apparently my own daughter, she also focused on the doctor when she was an emergency cesarean. She said the doctor had never seen anything like it. And she came out. She was able to focus. So it's something, I think, in my genetic bloodline where we have a pretty good memory of being inside the womb. And our first breath isn't the beginning of life. We've been there for a long time.
Can I ask you a controversial question, Ross? Do you believe spiritual awareness could be somehow related to our DNA or our blood? Because as I said, I have somebody else in my biological family that is very awake, although they haven't reached the level of flat Earth yet. But sometimes, and I know that same bloodline, our grandfather had a similar mindset where seems like he was more awake than other people. Do you believe that could be a hereditary thing?
Yeah, absolutely. Because water has memory. And we are at least 80% water. So, yes, DNA, everything, it's all connected. Absolutely. Yeah. I think if you're really, really acutely aware of yourself and living in a very pure condition, you could probably remember back thousands, millions of years of lives. I personally think Earth is ageless. I think there's no time when man has not existed. I think we go through different phases and different changes and all the rest, but that memory can be accessed. I think I fully believe that. And why wouldn't it follow the chain through our DNA? Because that's sort of holds a memory if you can access it.
I agree with you 100%. One other question that I find a little controversial when I ask this to other people is, the concept of the archons does seem to make sense. Like there are some sort of, I think the Bible called them authorities and principalities. Is that what I think the Bible called them?
Principalities and powers.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. That might be describing the archons. Now, if these archons are actually overseeing us, and a lot of what they do does seem to be to our detriment, it seems an evil situation. But on the other hand, if it is a filtering process, if it is a kind of test, could you see that they are necessary in the overall scheme of things?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. When it comes down to Satan, you know, the whole God process is, why would God create Satan? As well, yeah. How else are you going to... I mean, you have to have a necessary evil, I guess. You can't have light without dark, you can't have good without bad. So, and that's why we have the free will choice. And so it's, I think, down to us as to what we're going to make reality to be. So if we can come together with human consciousness to make the world a better place, to turn it back into the paradise it was meant to be, I think that is how we're going to overcome the archons. It's not through force, it's not through might, it's not through war, not through bloodshed. It's just through regrowing gardens and looking after our waterways, returning the earth back to its pure form. You know, we don't need to be burning combustible fuels to have our energy. There are multiple alternatives. We can just take it even out of water to create hydrogen and oxygen with electrolysis. It's a pretty simple process, and the byproduct of that is water. So it's not like we have to be using these polluting things that are set to destroy the earth. It's just that somebody's doing it because that's how they've designed to take control of us. And I think there's been multiple resets over the centuries. The orphan train type of things. Is it something pretty disastrous has been going on for a very long time, to the point where I think, maybe it is a competition between God and Satan, so to speak. And all Satan needs is more and more time. The more time you give him, the more he manages to manipulate humanity, who I think are God's children, between us, the Father in heaven and the Mother Earth. I think that's the relationship. That's why he's got a soft spot for us. But if eventually enough of us turn against God and follow Satan's ways, well, then Satan wins, Earth finishes, doomsday sort of thing. But I don't believe
another reset, huh?
I would
do you think that could cause the reset?
I think eventually that Satan's reward is to cease to exist. His eternal punishment is to exist forever down here on Earth. And so all the best he can do is make the most of his time. That's why he keeps named time. That's why he's Kronos, the god of time, the chronologer. Satan and Saturn is originally known as Kronos, and that's where time comes from. So he needs time. He needs time.
And Kronos eats his own children, right, Ross?
Oh, there is that story of that as well. Yeah,
which seems apropos to our situation, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah. But eventually, I think his ultimate reward is to cease to exist. Whereas God has said that destroy not that which I've created. And so he has to stay then, therefore, an eternal punishment, which, it's kind of like a catch-22, of course, with everything, is that you can't not exist and be eternally punished. So he wants to destroy us and our world, and I think that's his bargain that he's made. If he can turn all of God's children against God to believe that he is God, Satan, then he wins. And God will say, radio, you get to, we'll finish it, we'll destroy it, which is catch-22 again, because he can't destroy that which is created. But that's mythical sort of
no, that makes
way of
sense.
looking at it. Yeah, that the movie actually Dogma sort of put that idea into my head, because it said, if God is proved infallible, then that will cease all of existence. And
well, that's the other controversial thing, that a lot of times when I talk to a lot of very dogmatic people that are very they read the Bible and they try to follow it chapter and verse. When I bring up the fact it doesn't make sense that if on one sense everything is God, because God is everything, God has to be the genesis of all. So even our oppressors, the archons, if they're not, they have to be on some level godly. I mean, in other words, it's a mind-blowing concept, but even the thing that's keeping us oppressed has to ultimately be something that is trying to free us, on some level, because we're all traced back to God. We all emanate from the one mind. So again, what it makes me think of is a brilliant game that God created to lose itself into material, the illusion of materiality, and live many finite lives, but always return to what God is on the other side, which is one mind. So I don't think of the archons and these principalities and authorities as necessarily straight up evil, even though they can appear evil. But I look at them as sort of like a necessary push up the road, so to speak. Like they're there to make sure we're on our game and we're not sinning, which, if you remember, the original definition of sin is to miss the mark. And we're missing the mark when we're not on our game. So it seems like everything to me is not a black pill thing. I look at it very differently, Ross. I look at everything as like I think the outcome is assured. And I think that we're all on we're all in a, for lack of a better term, in sort of like a holodeck experiment. You know, like on Star Trek, The Next Generation, the holodeck.
Oh, I've never watched it.
No, it's just like a fantasy land where we can live out all our various dreams and adventures and even nightmares. Like we can have horrific experiences here, but it's all ultimately play. It's like a children's sandbox.
Mm-hmm.
So that's controversial for some people because they definitely want to have a bad guy. You know what I mean? Like if you take the concept that there is a bad guy, like you could look at it like this. There are two modes of being, a preferred mode and a less preferred mode. The preferred mode would be to just have everything your way. And the less preferred would be to have tests and to have, you know, little bumps in the road. But those bumps and tests are essential. You can't get to the next level without those bumps and tests. So in my mind, that doesn't, it computes to, I don't look at it like an evil world. I look at it like a temporary place where we learn lifelong lessons. And when we, as you say, when we've achieved a certain status and we've risen above some of the more base vibrations, then we can escape. Does that make any kind of sense?
Absolutely, yeah. No, you said something that really resonated with me too, and how, you know, there's not necessarily good and evil in the world because it's all God, so to speak. So everything that happens that we see, you know, in our opinion, is good and bad and wrong and right. From God's perspective, it's all happening to God. You know, we're just like a little essence of, you know, the cell of the body type of thing. And if one cell gets killed, doesn't matter, you get replaced by another type of thing. But then I also went through this philosophical thing many years ago, and I started to think about karma. And people would sort of say things like, well, how could God do that to an innocent little girl? Like some 4-year-old little innocent girl is killed by a murderer in the most horrific way or something like that. And if you really think about it, what if perhaps in another lifetime that little girl's soul was the guy doing that murdering? So that's basically why we sort of eventually brings you to the whole idea is that we're all one. So whatever we do under somebody else, we're doing to ourselves. And that's where the whole idea of karma makes so much sense, is that just don't do anything to somebody that you wouldn't want done to yourself, and then it won't be happening to yourself. So we sort of negate it that way. But yeah, it can take a lot of education and lifetimes and so forth for people to learn this aspect of thinking. So yeah, I always think that at the end of the day, whatever any of us experiences, that is also what God experiences. So he's gone through it with us 100% of the way. So,
I agree. And that's the thing that can be hard to remember, you know. I mean, in this dense vibration place, it seems like it's very easy to mistake yourself for being a solitary figure. And like, it's me against them. It's me against the world. You know what I mean? And that's the exact opposite. It's just one thing. And what I am, you are. Like, I always think like on some very basic level, everybody I speak to is the same as me. We're all that one mind having fun with each other, you know, like it'd be like a video game where I can play different characters. You know what I mean? But,
well, it would. Sometimes you see these movies too, where like a rich guy might pay for a program, but what they're doing is a little bit like the Matrix too. It just plugs into the back of your brain, whatever, and so you fall into this chamber, you fall asleep, and you experience this thing, and you might spend a lifetime in that thing experiencing it.
Right.
But then at the end of it, you just wake up and go, "Oh, it was all just a dream." I sometimes think life is a little bit like that as well.
Ross, I had a quick question. Have you ever had a lucid dream?
All the time, mate. All the time.
I've never been able to have one. What is it like?
Fucking awesome. I just got to say good day to my bro, Diana Dama. One of my bros from the States somewhere. Lucid dreaming, mate. I do it all the time, every night. It's you can sort of do whatever you want, but you're still sort of in another realm. It's almost like it's got similar rules to this realm, but you can fly. Like if all of a sudden you feel like I want to fly and you will yourself to fly, you can do it. And sometimes it's really frustrating because you can't. You're trying to will yourself, but you just can't go, and then you start flapping your arms and doing this sort of stuff, but you can't really do it. But yeah, it's awesome. It really is as real as this realm, as far as I'm concerned, just as real.
I've had a few experiences where I've woken up in a dream. Like I realized I was dreaming. And then I said, wow, I'm dreaming. I could do whatever I want. And I've jumped and then I've flown, but I can never maintain it. Like I can't maintain it so I can do a lot of the things I want to do. You know, it's like I wake up soon after that.
Yeah, sometimes if you become conscious of it, it destroys the experience because you realize you're dreaming. But you can train your mind. You can just sort of convince yourself before you go to sleep, right? This time I'm not going to wake up. This time I'm just going to experience the experience. And the more you tell yourself that sort of thing, the more it actually happens. It's you can really make your own reality by convincing yourself that's what you're going to do. Just tell yourself, okay, this time I'm going to be aware that I'm dreaming, but I'm going to stay in this state because it's still just as real to me. I think it's something we can practice for sure.
Do you find it interesting that a lot of people who experience near-death experiences and they've died and they've come back, they have similar statements where they feel like they have awoken from a dream. When they die, when they physically die, they awake from some kind of a dream. And they say it's very similar to that.
Yeah.
And also, they also say that they have a life review where they get to experience every person they've interacted with and feel the emotions the other people felt when they talk to them, which brings back to what you said about how we're all just one thing. Like ultimately, on some level, we're all going to experience everybody else's pleasure and pain.
Yeah. Yeah.
By the way, that's a nice hat, Ross.
Cheers, bro.
I've been looking at that hat. I can't keep my eyes off of it. It looks like Mount Vesuvius about to explode.
It's a genuine wizard hat.
Well, you are a wizard.
Yeah.
You have the beard, Ross, so you might as well have the hat.
Well, that's right. You got to put it all together, don't you?
You got to start carrying the staff.
The whole package. You got to what?
You got to start carrying the staff too.
Oh yeah, don't worry. I've got plenty of staff. They work for free. You just have to take them out for a walk every day. That was an old joke I used to use years ago when I first had my first staff many years back. People would say, "That's a really great stick," and I said, "Yeah, it's my staff." Because when you're an employer, you hire staff, don't you? So they work for you. Yeah, just have to take them out for a walk every day, and we were going somewhere a second ago.
Do you have a staff that's made out of the oak tree? You have an oak staff?
The current one I've got is actually, I'm not sure the name of the tree. It's an Australian native tree. I was looking for it for a very, very long time, and I was working up in the mountains, actually up near Murwillumbah, to me, it's like an area of ancient giants. And a lot of the mountains actually look like giant tree stumps and stuff. There's a lot of that sort of stuff going on. And I have a bit of a connection with nature and the trees and so forth. And they knew I was looking for a very long time. And one day I'm up in this particular spot and I hear this massive crack. And then kaboom, it goes almost exploding on the ground, 20 meters or so behind me, and scared the shit out of me. And then when I looked at it, I went, holy shit, there's my staff. So yeah, it's a pretty cool one. And
that was meant to be.
It's very twisted as well, so it looks very snaky, but it's also got the right combination of weight and everything. I've just got it over there if you want to see it.
Yeah, I'd love to see it. I think everybody in the chat would love to see that.
No worries.
Ross's staff. I never thought I'd be seeing Ross's staff, but he is a wizard, and it makes sense that he would have a wizard staff.
It's cool that you managed to find the link to jump on too.
Yeah, I noticed. I was like, well, I had a few questions. I thought you're one of the more interesting flat earther type I've seen on YouTube. Like you cover a whole variety of different subjects. You don't just stick to flat earth.
So it's definitely a snake head.
Yeah.
And then it's long and twisted. So it's got some really cool twists in it. But when you stand and use it, it's fully gives you a full upright support. It's a really good one. And yeah, Nature said I've been looking at for a long time. I used to have a fucking awesome one from when I lived back in my old house way back some years ago in Bangalore. I had this massive eucalyptus tree, and I could see it for years how it's got this staff at the top there. And I when eventually had to have that tree chopped down because it was too close to the houses and everything, when they went to mulch it all, I just said, hang on a sec, I'll just take that one. And they go, oh, what do you want that for? I said, never you mind. So I went, and I had the most awesome stick. It was perfectly straight, fucking brilliant. Had just the right little twist at the top with a little V notch and all the rest. It was, everybody admired it. It was a brilliant stick, but cops ended up taking off me one time. So
oh no!
I never got
it back.
They
stole your staff.
They took my staff.
Oh
yeah.
my Lord!
Yeah.
I got to tell you, that's a pretty impressive staff. I think even Gandalf would be jealous of that staff, Ross.
Yeah, I like this one. I think it's pretty cool. I take it for a walk every so often. I should take it out more often. But I've got.
Do you ever have to beat back some unruly dingoes?
What's that?
Do you ever have to beat back some unruly dingoes when you're walking?
Dingoes, mate. The carpet snakes. They're the.
Oh no.
Yeah, no. I've always used my staff in a good way. I had one once where I was just banging stuff on the road, and it exploded on me. And I thought, oh, you don't abuse your staff.
No.
You
gotta keep that staff safe.
Yeah. No, I've given it a bit of oiling and stuff. I've had it for a few years now.
That looks like it's about 6 feet. Is that like a 6 foot staff? That's a tall staff.
Try and push my camera back a little. It wouldn't be called. Oh yeah, it'd be. No, it's. I'm not quite 6 foot tall.
Wow.
Okay. Fall over all over the place here now. There we go. I'm a bit of a messy creature.
Wow.
I'm
So that's probably like 5.5 feet tall. Yeah, maybe 5 feet.
Yeah, 5.5. Yeah, just the right height.
Yeah.
It's all about the right height and the right weight and all the rest. I even at one stage actually thought of making a business of doing this at markets, because I've struggled a bit financially at different times. I thought, oh, maybe if I can keep finding staffs and sell them at the markets and do a sort of a wizard type thing, maybe I could make a bit of a living doing that, but no, never happened.
Wasn't the tradition at some point that when you would walk in a forest, you would find a staff and you would use it for the walk in the forest, and then when you were ready to leave the forest, you would leave the staff for the next journeyer?
I guess that resonates. Yeah.
I found a gorgeous looking staff in the woods once, and I walked with it, and then when I was ready to go back to my car and go home, I left it. I didn't take it because I felt like it might have been something that belonged to the forest, But
yeah, okay. I've always been that sort of person where if I find something like that, I think of it as a bit of a treasure. And
if I found that staff, I might keep it. Yeah.
I'm a little bit like that. Yeah, I sometimes feel like I'm taking from nature, which, how else do you end up with valuable possessions?
I don't have a staff. I don't have a staff, Ross, but I do have a wand that I found in the woods, and I've kept it with me, and it has a lot of sentimental value to me because one of my best friends actually found it and put it in my pocket, and I didn't realize I had it until I was home, and so I understand. I understand exactly what you're getting at there. In the background, I see those. Is that flat Earth map in the sun?
That's the azimuthal equidistant map.
Right.
Which I believe is a pretty accurate representation of the realm we live upon. And that over there is actually a moon chart.
Ross, have you seen these flat Earth maps that have all different lands listed? That somebody showed me a flat Earth map that have different continents that aren't on our map. Do you believe those are accurate or even semi-accurate, or do you think they're just fictional?
Yeah, I think they're somebody's fictional idea. I don't think they're accurate. Yeah. I think they're a good idea to express the concept, but I I struggle to believe that they're real. I'd like to think that there are the continents and what we're called worlds, WHIRLEDS, worlds of stars, and so forth, and other suns, and it could be possible. But yeah, when I see those maps, I just think somebody's sort of taking a bit of liberty to express an idea.
That's the other thing in the flat Earth community is we have like a whole section that believes the plane is endless and it has many other domed worlds, and then there's some that think this is just one domed world, and that the biblical, like for instance in the Bible, it would say this just one world, and that we have the abyss below and the seas above and the dome and all that. So I was just wondering if you had did you fall on one side or the other of that question, or are you open-minded?
I'm very open-minded, and I'll be honest, I think there are more lands beyond Antarctica. I think that these ones that we're trapped in now, that's how they created the globe, by making a finite world and wrapped it around the ball, made the Antarctica the bottom. But they know that there's more lands beyond it. But the only way they could hide it was then by making this presentation of the globe and the world. And yeah, I don't know how it works exactly, or what might, how there might be other suns and that beyond it, because I think our sun actually does go around the equator. And so if our world was the cosmic egg, so to speak, that also makes a lot of sense to me.
Right.
And I could accept that if that was what I eventually found out to be. But it's still going to be flat and stationary in the center, right, at the base of it all. And everything we see moving around above us is going to be within this cosmic egg. But yeah, I fully think that there could be more worlds or more lands beyond us. I just don't know, and I'd like to know, but I've seen enough evidence to suggest there probably is.
And just let me get this straight. You did say earlier that you do believe the deception started with the Jesuits.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, you whether you call them that or just the Vatican or right, the English, I think the English and the Romans and all that have all got a lot to do with one another. We're conspiring together. The English had basically conquered most of the world after originally it was just the Spanish and the Portuguese and divided the world into their halves. The English came along and made the English Empire. And so for whatever reason, they were far more evil, and obviously they had God on their side because they're the conquerors and what was that other term I used before? I can't even think of right now.
The Archons?
The centuries of bloody ruling over everybody and killing all the enlightened people. And jeez. Normally the word comes straight to me, but anyway. What they called the Crusades.
Right.
The Crusades for hundreds of years. Yeah. They destroyed knowledge, history, records, and possibly it's still archived underneath the Vatican. For whatever reason, I think that they know that there is more land beyond Antarctica, where I believe that they have wealth beyond our understanding. I don't know if you ever watched any of the or read the books, the ones, the Discworld.
By Terry Pratchett. Yeah, Terry Pratchett.
Yeah. So in one of them, they have the tourist comes over from some other land. He's got this whole chest and it's just full of gold. And to him, gold is just nothing. But to all the people there in Ankh-Morpork, I think it's called, that gold is worth heaps. So it's a similar story to the Iron Republic, where this guy who goes over to the Iron Republic, as it's called, they value iron much more than gold. The guy goes over and says, I've got heaps and heaps of gold. But they say, it's not really worth anything to us. Your ship made of iron is worth far more in collateral value than all the gold that you can carry, because maybe iron is scarce. So I think because we value gold so much, that the people who valued it said, well, how can we hide this from our enemies? The easiest way to do that was to turn the earth into a globe and say there is no more land. So it's all been discovered, like we see in the Truman Show. There's nothing to explore anymore. It's all been done. And so you stop looking. But really, the wealth that could be available, as far as we're concerned, beyond Antarctica, could be massive amount.
When you mention the Truman Show, it's funny because they do reveal a lot of this stuff in Hollywood. Like when you look at things like They Live and the Truman Show and the Matrix. And have you ever seen a movie called The Village?
I haven't watched that yet. I've heard
M. Night
about it.
Shyamalan.
I have to watch it now. I haven't seen it, but I know where you're coming from.
Yeah, that's a pretty good metaphor for our society. It's like in this movie that these people that have our level of technology keep a village of people in the dark, and they make them believe that they're living in like 1795 or something.
Exactly. Yeah. I've heard the concept. Yeah,
seems like
and I think that's what's happening to us. Yeah. It could be the year, like in the Matrix. I think they say it's the year 26,000 or something, and they make us think we live in the year 2000. Yeah, you know what I mean. So, yeah.
Do you believe that the controllers do have a superior technology? That's obvious, right? Like,
yeah.
Like I always think they have at least 100 years superior technology than what we know about here.
Yeah, and
probably
I wouldn't be
more.
surprised if it was 100,000. Yeah,
right.
Right. The things I've seen through the sky that we write off now as satellites because we got educated about. Oh, that's a satellite. I don't think they're satellites. Not. I think some might be, but most of the things that I've seen, they're way advanced technology. They are not diverting their course, and some of them are diverting their course. Some of them are just. Sometimes I've seen like thousands of them, or hundreds at least, traveling from south to north. I mean, where are they going to? Some sort of big, meeting somewhere. The things that I've seen do not match with what you'd expect to see living on a spinning space ball hurtling through space. Absolutely not. I've spent hours. I mean, I'm talking thousands and thousands of hours outside watching the night sky, and I've seen some amazing things.
Ross, didn't I hear you on one stream say that you saw a UFO?
Oh, I've seen, hundreds.
What do you think they are? Do you think they're like demonic or angelic entities, or what do you think they are?
I'd say there's possibly a bit of both. I'd say that some of them could even be us from the future. That's what I actually think. I've heard the theory. I don't know if I believe it necessarily, but somebody said that the alien rays are what we would become if we follow this particular timeline, and we're eventually going to stop breeding sexually type of thing, and we're going to become these asexual grey alien beings, and that what they're doing now is coming back in time to study us to see where they went wrong. Now, that's an interesting theory. I don't necessarily know if it's true or not, but I think that there's potentially a bit of truth to any theory that you ever hear. I think that there could be all sorts of things going on. But I would say that extraterrestrials, as we think of them, are from extra territory. Outer space is outer, not upper.
Right.
We're sort of brainwashed to think that upper space is outer space. No, outer space is outside of the realm of this world that we live on.
Well, it's funny. I have two different theories that I entertain when it comes to the UFO craze. One is I think it might be like a psyop from the deep state, because if you look at the early UFO stuff, you see a lot of people involved with the CIA. You see a lot of the same names you see with the Kennedy assassination, which is also very bizarre. So it makes me think like perhaps this is something that NASA wanted to promote to make people believe in other planets and space travelers. So I'm not sure whether it's a straight up psyop, or because so many people do see these things and it could be a possibility. It makes me wonder if they're the archons themselves.
Yeah. It's certainly a rabbit hole you could go down and talk about for ages, I reckon.
But I think you may have a point. So if they are a physical thing and they're not just a straight up psyop from the CIA, then it could be a mixture of angelic and demonic creatures that are in these spaceships, in these ships, whatever they are.
Yeah. But one of the first things that really put me into starting to question the nature of the Earth because I always fully believed I lived on a globe, spinning around the sun and all that sort of stuff. All my spirituality revolved around that. But then I read this book again when I was about 17, 18. It's called The Secret of the Ages by Brinsley the Poet Trench. And it was a Hollow Earth book. And he's talking about, the front cover was a UFO coming out from under the ocean, basically. So he thought that all the UFOs and everything are coming from under the Earth. But one of the particular chapters was very interesting to me because from a physical point of view, it didn't make any sense with the rest of the book. And he was saying that they were suspending plumb bobs into long mine shafts to try and calculate better the circumference of the Earth. Because we all knew we lived on a globe, it's got a certain size, and everything gravitates towards the center. So obviously then if something gravitates towards the center and you hang another plumb bob a certain distance away from it, the distance they are apart at the bottom is going to give you a fairly good, accurate measurement of how far they are at the top, and you can tell the circumference of the Earth. Yeah, every single example that these geodetic scientists did back around 1900 showed that they got further apart at the bottom. And that's what set me on a course of thinking, well, what if we're on the inside of a spinning ball? Well, that could actually explain gravity, and that these holes at the poles that they talk about are actually exit points, not actually exit points, or we're not actually entering into the center of the Earth. It really opened up my mind just thinking outside the box. Like you get the bucket of water and spin it around and around by side. The water is repelled outwards inside the bucket because of centripetal force. And that would explain gravity, because we have no explanation for gravity. But if we're on the inside and we're spinning around and all the water finds its level, it would still do that inside the bucket, but it would also be repelled outwards and pushed away from us. And that's what got me on my process of thinking outside the box, basically. It really opened up my mind just to thinking, well, where the fuck are we? We don't know.
Yeah. Have you done much studying into concave and cellular Earth and crater Earth? I've studied those things, and they're pretty fascinating. Like in concave, they came up with have you ever heard of the rectilineator experiment?
No, I don't think so.
It was an experiment somebody devised where they made, like, I guess I want to say like very, very straight planks, and they measured the ground to see if they could detect the curvature, and they found that they couldn't detect the curvature. But you don't hear anything about the rectilineator experiment online. Like, it's very few people talk about it, and that's something I discovered studying concave. And it's really hard to say. I mean, we could be living in some kind of a cellular construct, and the Bible does say that we had water above us, which is bizarre. But I mean, in that case, the stars could be some kind of bioluminescence, perhaps, that's being reflected in water. I mean, I've studied concave and cellular cosmology for a while, and it's mind-blowing. I really don't know what to make of it. I mean, on some level, I think if this is some kind of a hologram reality, it really wouldn't make a difference whether it's a flat Earth, a globe, or a concave, or a cellular Earth. Like, because we're perceiving it in our minds anyhow through stimuli, through visual stimuli, it could appear at anything we want it to appear as. Like, it could just be up to the person that's thinking about what shape the Earth is. But cellular cosmology and concave Earth is an interesting thing. I don't necessarily just say it's. A lot of flat earthers just say, no, it's nonsense. Don't even bother researching it. But I mean, I research everything. Like, I'm open to almost anything. I won't ever throw anything out without at least really investigating it thoroughly. Have you ever researched cellular cosmology?
I don't believe I've researched cellular cosmology, no, but absolutely. I actually, as I say, began with that concave Earth, just a possibility, the thought experiment of it. And so it opened up my mind to think that anything is possible. I sat around a campfire once with my friends. We went camping. We sort of had a reunion a couple of years after. We used to go camp all the time when we were at high school and stuff. But this was a few years down the track after I'd sort of opened my mind, and they just went off and did their things, started their careers, whatever. So I was always a bit of an outsider, a weirdo. And so when I presented that idea of we boil a billy of tea. So a billy of tea in Australia is just a tin can of a wire handle. You put it in your fireplace, you boil the water, you throw some tea leaves in, and then when it's boiled for a while, you take it out, and it doesn't take long before the wire doesn't burn your hand. You tap it with a stick a few times, and then you start spinning it around, and that puts the tea leaves down towards the bottom. So I started saying to them, wouldn't that explain gravity then? If we're like the tea leaves, and that's what holds us down to the surface of the earth. And it just blew their minds. It absolutely blew their minds. And I guess it did for me in the first place too, because I'd thought about it for a long time and thought about, the coals on the bottom of that bucket. They're the things that are going to go flying off and cause, could create a fire or whatever. But the cellular, what do you call it? Cellular
cosmology or cosmogony. I've heard people use both words.
Yeah. I couldn't say that I've looked into that into any great detail. No, these are just organic ideas I came up with by myself over the years, and just put them on the shelf. I don't believe it's true. I don't know if it's necessarily true, but it's certainly worth thinking about. And as all the clues finally put themselves together, to me, the stationary planet ended up making the most sense because it fits everything that agrees with my observations. And I'm a nature lover. I spend a lot of time looking at the stars, watching sunsets, looking at the ocean, being in the ocean, working and playing around the ocean. To me, the stationary planet Earth is the only thing that makes sense. And the fact that it could be potentially infinite, but we're imprisoned here in this particular, perhaps domed. I don't know if it's domed. I actually don't think it's domed, but
You don't believe in the dome?
More sense.
You don't believe in the dome?
No, I believe there's a firmament, but for me, I think it's more flat because I don't think it's very high. And if you try to scale anything down, if you're going to do to scale like the size of the Earth, if the Earth is 60,000 miles around and it was domed, the center of that dome would be massive. It would be thousands and thousands of miles high. But if you just create it as a flat sheet, it can be cushioned above the atmosphere and a helium layer and all the rest. And it can be 70 miles high. And that's where all the celestial lights appear to us. I heard you mentioning something about the bioluminescence.
Yes.
I think it might also be sonoluminescence.
Yeah,
So
that's what I meant. I'm sorry. I meant sonoluminescence. Sorry about that.
A similar sort of thing. Yeah. So
do you believe the firmament could be made of ice?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it is. That's my opinion.
Okay.
But I don't think it's water ice. I actually think it's probably hydrogen, because hydrogen is the lightest element, and so obviously it will go to the highest point because of density and buoyancy, and that's where it's the most freezing. And then just beneath that is that helium ocean, which I believe in. I believe there's an ocean of superfluid helium beneath the firmament. That's my personal take on it, and I haven't yet found anybody who can dispute it other than just say that I'm an idiot and don't know what I'm talking about, that sort of shit.
Right.
I cop a lot of flack from Globers who think I'm full of flack, but to me, it makes scientific sense.
Do you believe that astronomers and scientists of olden days, like I'm talking about ancient times, they were definitely aware of where we actually are? Like if you go back to the Egyptians, they seem to have a much more. I've always thought people have become dumber. Like it seems like the humanity as we know it now, it seems like they're at a low point for critical thinking and creative thinking. And I'm thinking that probably sometime in our ancient past, we were much more intelligent as a species. Do you agree that's probably possible or true? Do you feel like we're devolving?
I think we're actually more. I think we could have been more spiritually aware, and whether that could have been as a result of using things like hallucinogenics or whatever you call them. I think they were more spiritually aware, and they were actually probably better at astral traveling, so to speak. Right. They weren't necessarily bonded to their body to the same degree, but yeah, you look at all the ancient Egyptian depictions of cosmology, and they show a flat Earth with the goddess Nut being the body of stars over, and quite often you'll see that there's several layers. And so that's sort of where I've developed a lot of my ideas from, is that, yeah, we've got the ozone layer is the lower layer where the stars appear, but they also come through the higher layer, which is the physical dome. And that's how light appears. You know, light doesn't appear without a tangible something to illuminate or fluoresce. So that's where I come from with it.
No, I agree with you. It seems like when the deceptions came into play and we were brainwashed into believing that we're living on the globe, it seems like a lot of other things followed after that. Like, like even when you read a novel from like 100 years ago, it seems like the language is much more intelligently constructed on the page, and it looks like there's more thought put into the work. When you read a novel of now, it just seems like it's a 12-year-old wrote it. Like, it seems like it's a comic book almost. Even with films seem to be devolving. Like, they're getting more and more simplistic. It just seems to me like
I think music is the best example. You look at our music, man. You the same repetitive thing over and over, doof, 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 and all that sort of stuff. I think that's the real example. Whereas back in the day when we had Mozart and Bach and all those sort of guys, yeah. Sorry to interrupt you there, but yeah.
No, I agree. But that's my point. Like, where are the Mozarts of now? Where are the Beethovens? Where are, you know what I mean? It's like,
yeah. These guys were geniuses, you know, like they really were geniuses creating, you know, masterpieces. And now, you know, somebody puts out a masterpiece, so to speak. It's a 3-minute freaking thing with choruses and a verse, or 3 verses and a chorus, and it's like, yeah, man, where did we go so wrong? I think because the businessman got involved. That's what it's all about. And I think that you can see the devolution of humanity through the fact of the businessman and the money and the shackles and that. And, you know, I cop a lot of flack on that, about that, if I go down that path, especially on TikTok, because these TikTokers get so triggered. The minute you mention something like shackles, oh, you're an anti-Semite.
Right.
Oh, you hate the Jews or something like that. It's like, no, I'm just explaining the history of where things started going wrong. And basically, this is what happened throughout history, is that all these European countries with the finer arts and that were overtaken by people who were doing war by way of deception. And that was through the monetary system. And that's what stifled creativity, because everybody became a slave to paying off debts, which they never previously had, because they never had money prior to that. So, yeah, I think that's, again, why we're often told in the Bible that money is the root of all evil. It's not necessarily an evil thing in itself. It's the root of it. And the fact that then you need it to survive, so you survive to need it, you end up falling into a trap that isn't productive to humanity at all. We've lost all our good arts as a result of it over those few centuries since we've had money.
Wouldn't you say, Ross, that money can be a useful servant, but it can be a horrible master?
Yeah, it can, because, we all end up being a servant to it, but if you got it, it's not a problem.
Right.
And I think you've noticed too, like, I think we can see it happening throughout history too, where there's certain people who realize the usefulness of it. What happened though is, over their next generation, is that they brought up a generation of weak people. So I think, I can't remember the exact words for it, but prosperity breeds, or hard times breed strong people breed weak people, and then weak people, so it goes through the cycles all the time. So the people who inherit a lot of money end up losing it all because they didn't know how to handle it, because they never knew how to earn it in the first place. They just mismanaged it. But basically then you got smart people at the top of it all who are able to take care of that and make sure none of us have anything. Even when we die, we basically stop being able to inherit it. There's taxes and taxes and taxes and taxes and taxes all the way through. So,
and do you agree that was purposeful? That was a purposeful thing that they did to switch people's adoration from the creator to fame and money. I mean, it seems like now the gods of this world are celebrities and rich people.
They can seem like that, yeah. But yeah, I think we've all noticed by now that most of these so-called celebrities, they've all sold their soul, so to speak.
Yeah. But it's ironic, though, that's what the average person considers something to look up to, is somebody who's famous for a, you know, now it could be something as simple as a TikTok video. If somebody gets popular enough on YouTube or TikTok, they become celebrities and they influence a whole range of people. And what I find funny is that the average person doesn't realize that this could all be planned and orchestrated. Like, everybody that becomes a celebrity is meant to, by, like, you do a lot better work than a lot of other people I see talking about these subjects, but they blow up and they become hugely popular. And sometimes I wonder, because, you know, it only makes sense that our oppressors are going to control the opposition. You know what I mean? Like, they're always going to have shills in every subgenre of conspiracy theory. And the lack of critical thinking on the part of even the average flat earther worries me, Ross. Like, it worries me. Like, it seems like a lot of flat earthers, once they accept flat earth, they just want all their answers spelled out for them. And there always seems to be people that come across on YouTube or TikTok, and they want to be the ones to give you those answers. And I always want to tell them, no, you're supposed to find out the answers for yourself. Flat earth should teach you nothing else but don't believe the authority figures and find out the truth for yourself. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely, man. That's fucking spot on. Absolutely spot on. And sometimes I do get so frustrated, though. I do try to assist them, like as I was trying to do this morning on Mike Explains. You know, he's one of those globers that wants to argue against flat earth, and then he says, "Oh, I've been doing this I've had 360 freaking things, and I've always been a winner." I'm like, man, you haven't been a winner. You've just lucked your way out and muted and booted people, because I get muted and booted all the time on TikTok. I get accused of all sorts of things. I'm called the fucking liar, and I'm an anti-Semitic, and I'm none of those things, man. I got no problem with the Semites. I've trained and instructed and basically done self-hypnosis to make sure that all I can come out with is the truth, at least the truth that I know of. And if it's not the truth and I can be proven wrong, then by all means. But to turn around and just accuse me of lying and bullshitting and being anti this and anti that, that's not the case at all. You know, like, all of history is a lie. But yeah, I definitely think that there are people that are just doing it to boost their egos and, I don't know, trying to make a career out of it. And that's not, to me, what flat earth or anything in the truth and spiritual movement should be about. It's not about making a career out of it. It's just about helping out your fellow human as much as you possibly can. And if they find value in it, then maybe they might try and assist you if there is something there. But you can't use that as your motivation, because that's when you'll always go down the wrong path. And
you start changing. I think you start changing your content to please certain factions of your audience instead of speaking from the heart.
Yeah. Back in the day, I was doing it desperately poor too. And I'm not saying I'm well off now by any means, but I was doing it desperately poor. And I saw maybe that was a potential pathway that I could take, because apparently, you do get a YouTube channel or something, you can start making money out of it. I thought, well, I'll give it a shot. But then I realized the very minute somebody gave me money, I'm now beholden to them. I'm their actual servant. And that's not how I work. You know, nobody can pay me to tell me what to say. That's how I feel. And I'm so much better off now. I'm making a decent living, like as enough to survive. I can speak my mind. And if people disagree with me and stop following me or don't give me anything, because nobody does anyway, it doesn't matter. I don't care. I'm doing it the way it should be done, organically. And I think eventually, like, I've got some really big ideas of how we can advance forward into making this realm a better place. And it's all to do with growing hemp and bamboo. That's all we really need to do. That's where the abundance is. Real wealth grows out of the ground, and it's powered by the sun, who I will unashamedly admit is the son of God. And this is the Mother Earth. And so if we take advantage of the gifts that they have bestowed upon us, we can share the wealth amongst everybody. And that's where I'm coming from. I really seriously think we can take back control of this world in a much better way. You just have to have more people on that same mindset to say that we want to give rather than to take.
I agree with you 100% because you've come to that spiritual realization that when you help others, you are ultimately helping yourself.
Damn straight. Exactly. And you're helping your not what's the opposite of your ancestors? your progeny, your
progeny or your
you're helping
offspring,
them. So
your lineage.
Yeah. So if eventually you come back as their descendants, you've created a better realm for yourself, and you've earned it through the karma. So you become rich that way. So you can be born into wealth because you created it in a previous lifetime. That's how I see it.
You know, Ross, once I've tried to encapsulate my theories and my philosophy about life, and I think maybe the shortest statement I could have made was love all love and hate all hate. And it seems like if that alone was in a holy book, it would make sense. I mean, if you just love all love, genuine love, and you just hate and disavow all hate from all sides, I don't see how you can go wrong. But I think what people do is they only love certain things they want to love, or they have some kind of they don't have an altruistic reason. They have a monetary reason for loving. Like, for instance, a lot of relationships I see, like I'll notice a man that is totally in love or falls in love with a woman for her physical beauty and doesn't really seem to take any account into her mental or her spiritual capacities. And I'll see a lot of women do that with men. And I'll also see people do that for financial reasons. Like they'll find somebody that can provide them with a nice life and a nice home, and they claim they love that person. And I don't consider any of that genuine love. I mean, love has to be totally giving. It has to be totally on the level of what you express. Like when you realize at your base level that if I help this person, I'm ultimately helping myself. And it doesn't matter who that person is, really. It's just an overall sense of emanating love. And when I say hate all hate, I don't mean hate in a sense where you're going to go and hurt anybody. But when you encounter genuine hate and it's not justifiable, like like I'll give you an example. Like I've been a few times I've been called an anti-Semite because I expressed concern for Palestine, right? And I went into that, and I talked about the history of Israel, and I talked about the different places they were offered land, like in Tasmania and in South Africa, and at some point even in Arizona here in the United States. And they didn't take those lands. They chose to take Palestine, which if you've researched it, you do know Palestine is Phoenicia Cana. And in the Bible, Phoenicia Cana was called the land of milk and honey. So it's a very interesting rabbit hole to go into as to why the Zionists wanted this particular land. But when I talked about that, I got some bad feedback, but I immediately said, look, I don't pick sides. I'm just looking at it from a logical, objective standpoint. And I realize there are a lot of Israelis who are protesting the bombing of Palestine. So there are good and bad in all these, configurations. But I was shocked that for me expressing a simple opinion, I got a lot of hate back. I got a lot of hate. And I was labeled as something I don't feel I am. And when you just mentioned that a few minutes ago, you said you were considered an anti-Semite. To me, it sounds ridiculous. Like you're one of the most grounded, and you seem like a very authentic and caring individual. And I can't see how they could see hate coming from you. Like you don't give me that vibe at all. Like you're a hateful person.
I'm not hateful towards anybody, but because I review history, you're not allowed to review history, apparently. Like if you apparently look at some Red Cross records from back in, say, the mid-1940s, and it turns out that approximately 280,000 people died, then that's anti-Semitic to say that the real, true records reflect the reality of it. And then if you turn around and say, well, in 1948, for example, when the nation of Israel was first founded, and you turn around and tell people that they actually founded that with a population of 6 million people, That's also anti-Semitic, and apparently it's Holocaust denying, because apparently the 6 million people who are exterminated, they transformed into new Israeli people or something. And it's like, I'm not trying to say that at all. I'm not saying the Holocaust didn't exist. I'm not saying that for a second. But I'm just saying that anybody with a brain can put 2 and 2 together and consider, well, this thing called Schindler's List, who managed to save many of these people who were destined for whatever they said, gas chambers or furnaces and whatever. Well, maybe they didn't end up there whatsoever. And maybe that when the American invaders who rebuilt the crematoriums that they destroyed to get rid of the German people they destroyed, maybe that's the real Holocaust. And there's something, I might get this thing removed for saying this, but there's something you can search that I used to be able to find anyway about Eisenhower and 1.7 million Germans. They rounded up 1.7 million German men from any age, from 16 to old age, put them into open air prison camps and basically starved them to death through a very bitter winter after the war was finished. That's why they rebuilt the crematoriums, to get rid of the stench of the bodies. If that makes me anti-Semitic, I don't see how it does.
It doesn't.
Yeah, I know. And that's why I get so fed up with these people who they get me blocked and booted and all the rest to say that I am, but I'm not. I'm anti-nastiness towards anybody.
Right.
And I don't think it should be done by any side of any war. But what we find most often proliferates in any wartime situation is propaganda. Right. And the victors tell the story. They rewrite the history. And if you disagree with that, then you're almost like considered a traitor or something. And I don't think that's the case. I think that the age of information now, enough of this information is out there where you are not a traitor for telling the truth. You actually should be sort of looked up to a little bit, to at least acknowledge. Don't be afraid of what people are going to say about you for speaking the truth.
Ross, I agree with you 110%. And I'll tell you this, brother, you are one of the reasons why I decided to start doing live streams. And I look at you as sort of an inspiration, because when I started researching this field, I saw a lot of fake people and a lot of people that I didn't vibe with, because I could tell that there was something off. But when I started seeing your videos, I saw somebody that I realized that there are a lot of really decent human beings that are trying to make a positive change, and it inspired me to want to do the same. So I want to thank you for that.
Thank you, Nime. That means a lot to me, because I don't hear that very often.
You're my favorite flat earth pundit, by the way. Like whenever I see you doing debates or anything, I automatically tune in, because I think you bring a level of real and common sense and also practicality that I find is missing in a lot of other flat earthers.
Oh man, thank you, because that's what I try to do. I just try to keep it real, because I'm a nature lover. So everything I do comes from an organic basis. What reality is to me, what I see and experience and feel, and then of course the spiritual aspect of it all, it's all one and the same sort of thing. So wherever I go, that's what I try to bring. So I appreciate it, because that's a big up to you, bro, for acknowledging that and seeing that, because there's not a lot. I've only got like 9 people watching at the moment, but I think each and every one of these are authentic people. I can say really good things about them all. The trolls eventually just go by the by, because they realize they've got nothing. They can't penetrate the shell of somebody who is authentic. And that's all I'm after. It's just authentic truth as it is, man, whatever it turns out to be.
Right.
And that's the thing I keep saying. Truth is a process of elimination. Once you eliminate all that is not possible, what you are left with, no matter how unlikely, is the truth. And
hey, Ross, you know where I first heard that from?
Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah, Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes was one of my favorite fictional characters when I was a kid. I had the books. Awesome. I loved it.
Yeah. I come across one of his books sort of only, I don't know, in recent years. And when I saw that quote, it was actually the opening quote. That is how you do science. Science is forensic analysis. It's, they try and think, oh, it's something, I don't know, some sort of something else. But no, It's just the elimination of things which aren't true. That's science. You can create a hypothesis and you can try and falsify it and all that. And that's, but I think like Eratosthenes did, he had an hypothesis. He thought the Earth was a globe. And then by measuring the angles of the shadow of the sun, he could work out the circumference of it. But what if instead he just turned around and said, what if the Earth is flat? Those angles of the shadows will give us the circumference of the sun's path around above us. And that's exactly what matches the map that we've got. It's the exact same figures. It's just a matter of interpreting it correctly without the confirmation bias that you start with. And sometimes I would say, yes, I've got some sort of confirmation bias because I want to find a reasonable explanation for the observations we see if the Earth is flat and stationary. And that's how I come up with my hypotheses of how the sun and the moon work. Because without the hypotheses, you've got nothing to test and prove. But it works for me far better than the whole idea of a spinning space ball hurtling through space. The whole concept to me is just absolutely absurd. But these globe defenders believe it so strongly, they think that I'm insane or think that whatever they can make up about me, that I'm speaking a load of bullshit. I don't think I am. Maybe
no, I think it's fairly obvious that, I mean, I think if you look at it objectively, it's obvious the globe is a fiction. But what I find with some of these people that I don't want to call them globies, because there are a lot of globies who just are brainwashed and they just believe the propaganda. But there are a lot of people that do hit pieces on flat earthers and they make a career out of it. And they're anti-flat earthers like McToon and Craig at FTFE. And I'll tell you, when I watch these guys, Ross, I really question if they're brainwashed at all. Like, it seems to me, at least some of them may be they know what we know. You know what I mean? Like, they know that there's no globe. And I wonder if they're just like shills that are there to, like, perhaps, I don't even want to say stop the upsurge of flat earth knowledge, because I don't think most people are even thinking about flat. As much as they try to say flat earthers are getting bigger and bigger, even if we are, it's still a very small portion. So I wonder why they are really putting the effort into making flat earthers seem so weird and crazy. Like, is there another reason for that? Or what's your opinion on these anti-flat earth gurus like McToon and Craig?
I think that they are genuinely brainwashed. They
Really?
fully believe what they believe. They may have had their eyes open at some time over the recent years. You'd think they would have by now. But they are so much in denial that it doesn't matter what you present them with. They are just going to deny it. But there might be some others. I think that Simon Dan guy, for example, he often presents, well, I haven't watched him in a couple of years either, but he used to present flat earthers ideas. And I think he was actually sharing the truth to people, even though he tries to debunk it and make himself look like he's something. But yeah, those tunes and Fight the Flat Earth, they are genuinely brainwashed, fully indoctrinated, basically insane people. That's the only way you can really put it down. They are insane. And they don't know they're insane, because obviously when you are insane, you wouldn't know you're insane.
Right.
And if you knew you're insane, you'd be sane. So, yeah, they just can't tell. They really can't.
It's sad. Yeah. I've interacted with a few of them. And at one point I got Craig to admit, I asked Craig, what is your biggest reason to believe that you do live on the globe and that you believe it's real? And he actually said that because he measured it. And I said, you actually measured the entire globe? And he was like, yes. And I couldn't believe the audacity of that. I was like, either this person
you can't even measure from one fucking
right.
town to another, really. Like
right.
your odometer might be off by a few miles, but that's nothing, absolutely nothing to think you could measure the entire world. The world is so huge.
I think he meant he went on Google and he got the the approved stats of what the circumference is and everything,
Yeah, you got the ruler out. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Or now someone take a piece of string and put it around a globe.
The longest tape
Get a-
measure
get
in
a
the
test.
world. The
The
longest
what?
tape measure in the world.
Yeah. No, that's. But they convince themselves, and so you can't convince a man, as you say, like he's been fooled, but you can't convince him he's been fooled. You're onto that right from the very beginning, the very first thing you said. Once a man is fooled, it's far harder to convince him he's been fooled.
Yeah, but you know what? We had to go through that process, and I don't know about you, Ross, but the world makes a lot more sense after waking up a bit. You know, when you realize all the deceptions and all the psyops and all the lies, it seems like there is a closer connection to source in the creator, because so much more makes sense. And it makes me wonder why some people don't accept that. Like they will not go down that rabbit hole. Like it's almost like they're afraid to find out there is a God.
Yeah, it's a difficult barrier to cross. Like I think for most of it takes quite some time. Like I will genuinely admit, for the first year or so when I got into flat Earth, and I genuinely believed it, like fully thought it was true, the synapses in my brain started to hurt because part of me wanted so much to still believe in the globe that I felt an actual battle going inside my physical brain. It really, really hurt. And as you can tell, I'm not a slouch in the intellectual department. I've got a pretty good brain in my head. I've got a measurably fairly high IQ. Not to bring that in to think that means anything, but I think the higher somebody's intelligent quotient and the more they believe in something, the harder it is for them to disbelieve it. So for some people, there's a certain level of then flat earthers who jump straight into it and think, yeah, it's obviously flat. But for some at the other end of the scale, it's the hardest thing possible. It physically hurt my brain to finally accept that we live on a stationary planet Earth. It was very, very difficult to accept. So everybody's on a different level on that scale of what you're trying to say is that, it's for some, it makes so much sense. The Bible is correct. We've got a firmament. We, all live on the pillars of the earth and all the rest. For some, it's really simple. For some, it's really difficult. And then there's millions of people in between, and many are on the fence. There's a lot of globe skeptics. There's a lot of, people still weighing it up backwards and forwards. So I guess we're always going to have that because we were brought up for so many generations of believing in this globe Earth that sort of made sense of the cosmology and the way we see things. And it tells us why we have sunrise and sunset. So for everybody, it's an everyday occurrence. Oh, that couldn't happen on a flat Earth. And for them, it's as simple as that. They can't get beyond that level of understanding, well, what about perspective? What about if something does get further away from us? It appears lower and lower until eventually it disappears into an obscurity point, which is our convergence point. They can't get there. It's too hard for them. So really, I think, I didn't mean to try and make this a thing about the intellectual capabilities of people, but generally speaking, there's a high percentage of people who are going to be below average who just will never get it. They just can't get it. And when you're really at the higher end of the spectrum, it's even harder because you've already got your preconceived beliefs and indoctrinated examples of things. So, it's going to take a while. I think it will take a few generations before flat Earth is fully accepted. And people are going to look back and say, people used to think we lived on a spinning space ball. And I think that's the way it's going to go.
Yeah, well, when you take a child who's introduced to the globe, like in a kindergarten class, I think most children realize it's absurd. And they're like, well, wouldn't people fall off a spinning ball? Wouldn't water be like, they know even if you take a basketball and dip it into a pool of water and then throw it, water's going to go everywhere. It's not going to stay flat and calm on a spinning ball that's traveling through, space. But I think that indoctrination gets built in at such a deep level. And every time you watch a Hollywood movie, the first thing you see is that spinning globe. On right here in the States, every newscast, when you watch the national nightly newscast, they all start with the spinning globe. So to me, the globe has come to symbolize mind control. Whenever I see the globe, all I can think of is straight up mind control.
Yeah, they loved using that term every single time. Global warming, global this, global that, global crisis. We always had everything. Oh, it's going across the globe. They always do. Absolutely. Yep. And it does start from childhood programming, from Sesame Street. Yeah. I don't believe I was the first. I was probably amongst some of the first of the generation who grew up with Sesame Street. And what do they show you? Globe, moon, earth, that sort of shit, it starts from a very young age. And as you said too, with that Universal Studios picture in particular, I think I was watching a movie again, probably in my teens, with a friend. We got to see this thing. I think it was actually Crocodile Dundee, which was a huge movie. It came out just before I went to the States for a year. So and it was a Universal Studio Pictures, and it showed the aeroplane flying this way. And I said, hang on a sec, shouldn't the plane be flying this way around the globe?
Right.
Yeah, it should be flying perpendicular or parallel to it, not sideways. It's going sideways. Right. And the girl I'm talking to, she just says, huh? She'd never even thought about it. Nobody ever thinks about this shit. That's how it works. Yeah. You just watch it, you program by it, and you don't think about it.
I thought that same exact thing, Ross. I know the one you're talking about. Yeah.
And people just look at it. Oh, we live on a spinning ball. The plane is flying like this.
You know what's funny, Ross? It's like, here's one thing I find very odd. Is a lot of people hope and pray that God is real, but they don't feel it in their bones that God is real. Like they just hope that God is real. But these people know the globe is real. They don't have any doubt about the globe. They know the globe is real. So what it makes me think is that the globe has supplanted God for these people. Like for a large portion of the population, the globe is their God.
Yeah. And gravity.
Yeah.
Gravity basically answers all their questions. Why don't we fall off it? Gravity. Why does the atmosphere stick to us? Gravity. Why does the moon go around us? Gravity. Why do we have tides? Gravity. Gravity is the answer to everything. So gravity has actually become their God, where once upon a time, we actually believed in a potentially fictitious creature who was able to do it because they had intelligence, not just because of an invisible pulling force that exists only because of the attraction of mass. Gravity is the most ridiculous thing, but it fills all the gaps for them. That's why I've always called gravity is the god of the gaps. It's
You do know Newton retracted. Did you hear about? Did you read about Isaac Newton's comments where he said only an absurd mind? I think I'm paraphrasing, but he said only an absurd mind would believe in this stuff. And it's like even when I showed my cousin that, and I said, look at this. This is by the dude who originally supposedly invented the theory of gravity. It doesn't even make a dent. This dude has literally he's given up God, and he's taken the globe in its place and gravity in its place. And it makes me think the controllers always said they were going to initiate a worldwide international religion, but it's going to be a godless religion, a secular religion, and it was going to be international and go across all borders. And isn't that what we have with heliocentrism? Yeah. That's what we have with heliocentrism.
Yeah. It's exactly right. Even though it originated as sun worship, which I can understand where back in the day where, if people were living reasonably simple lives and they realize that the sun is the giver of life and light, and so that's what makes their plants grow, and that's what everything feeds off, and so we depend upon the sun for it, and that gives us our seasons. And so when the sun disappears on the winter solstice below the horizon for 3 days and nights in the far northern regions, and then they say, oh well, the sun has died, and then they imbibing their mushrooms, and they go in astral travel, and they see the celestial cross in the sky, the Southern Cross, and they say, oh, well, the sun has died on the cross, but now after 3 days and nights after the winter solstice, he's born again. So that's December 25th. That's where the whole religious process of the Son of God can originate from. And that's not a problem, because the Son truly is the giver of life here in this realm. So it's not the worst thing in the world you could believe in. But then when they put the earth in revolution around the sun, and then turn the sun into an insignificant star and the earth into an insignificant speck, that's when they removed all of the whole godliness from it all and just put us into this universal big bang. That's how they can sort of remove God. Like, as long as you believe that the sun was the giver of life, it's not a problem. But the minute you make it another insignificant tiny star, and you've got all this intellectual knowledge, because no, Earth is an insignificant thing just in this tiny little arm of a galaxy, which is insignificant in the realm of things, that's when I think they really removed, the true, I don't know, the true spiritual thing of it, and just made it a completely atheistic, random Big Bang sort of thing. Like, yeah.
And as you know, when you remove that concept and you remove God from their lives, then they don't seek a connection to it. They will never seek a connection to something they don't believe exists.
Exactly. And that's what I think, this is where I also get in a lot of deep trouble with flat earthers. And so I hope I don't do it with you, but that's where I think it brings in the significance of the Mother Earth, because people think that's just a real paganistic thing. But I think that's the whole part of the equation, is that the Mother Earth is actually the most significant part of reality. You don't, the first commandment of the Bible, and again, I'm not biblical, but the first one says, honor thy heavenly Father and thy earthly mother. Right. The Mother Earth and the Father Son. We're the children of those two things. We're the combination of all the existence of physics and light and water and molecules and all the rest of it. That's why we're the children of the Mother Earth and the Father Son. So the mother gives us our clothing, our bodies, our housing, our air we breathe, our water, our food, our everything. And the Father is the power source that drives it all. So once you understand that, as we being the children of God, you have to acknowledge the beauty of the Mother Earth, which I think is what the church has been doing all along, to remove from the Bible by saying that she is insignificant, that she's just a random chance speck, where she is actually everything. She is the foundation of our existence.
Right.
And if you can't sort of come to terms with that, that is when you get lost in all the helio-nonsensical nonsense.
And I'm sure you know the history of what pagans, what the church did to the Druids and all those people. They converted them at the point of a sword, and if they didn't convert, they died. They were killed.
Exactly. Yeah. Yep. I fully believe that the Druids, as we sometimes think of them, they are the true ones who went around and gave us all this Tartarian technology, all the architecture and all those beautiful churches and buildings and everything that brought civilization all over the entire realm. I think they are the ones that has been hidden from history. I mean, you can't really find a book about Tartaria very often these days. That's where all this hidden history is coming to the surface. And I think that there's two words in that. There's Tartan and Aryan. You put them together, you've got Tartarian. And the Tartans, if you think of the Scottish kilts and all that sort of stuff, that's Tartan. And the Aryans were the Irish. So the Irish and the Scottish from the far north, that's pretty much where the Tartarian technology first came and spread throughout the entire world. And for whatever reason, people have been trying to destroy that, eliminate it from us. You've got the Great Wall of China. I believe that was actually built by the Tartarians to block them the other side. It wasn't the Chinese. Everything is taught in reverse. So, but then again, I don't want to sound like anti-Semitic because I talk about Tartarians.
Yeah, well,
Tartans
some
and Aryans.
people just looking for a reason to be offended. You know what I mean, Ross?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I cop it all the time. So. This is a great conversation, bro.
Oh, thank you, brother. I'm looking forward to this for a long time. But yeah, I definitely agree with you. I think a lot of people don't feel alive unless they're feeling offended.
Yeah, well, that's it. Some people live to be unhappy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. I've definitely seen that. Yeah.
Hey, Ross, do you have any more debates planned in the upcoming future, in the near future?
Not really, no. I seem to have run out of opposition. I don't know why. Yeah,
no, I haven't
would like
seen.
to find.
I really enjoy your debates because I find that you approach it in a way that's so calm and methodical and intelligent and devoid of any sensationalism. Like you really try to like dumb it down, and I mean this in a good way, but you try to bring it down to a level where anybody can understand it. And I find that you're my favorite flat earth debater. So I just was wondering if you had anything coming up in the near future.
Oh, I appreciate that very much too. I would definitely jump into another debate, but I just honestly cannot find somebody worth debating against because there's not a genuine globe earth defender, really. All of them are just believers. All the higher up ones in whatever you call it, bloody in the media and whatnot. They're just spokespeople. They're not really actually genuine academics. They come across as it, and they act a good role. And then the ones who are playing it, like the Toons and the Flat Earths and all those, they're really, as I say, they don't really know what they're talking about. They just keep talking over the same old points. They'll try and appear educated because you can bring up some scientific stuff from hundreds of years ago, as it turns out. Most of this stuff is really, really ancient, archaic stuff. Whereas I think from a flat earth perspective, man, we're the forefront of the scientific pursuit. We're using the digital camera. We can send them up to lofty heights, up to 128,000 feet. We can zoom in on things way further than the ancient Greeks could have possibly ever hoped to do. Even if they had a telescope, it's still nothing compares to what we've got today. So we've come to a point in history. We've got the technology, we've got the ability to communicate instantaneously, as we're doing right here, right now. We don't have to publish papers. We don't have to be peer reviewed. This is peer reviewed right here, right now. This is how it's done. So we're at the forefront of scientific endeavor. And we don't have any competition because these people are stuck in 1500. They honestly are, or they're stuck in, Michelson Morley's era. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with, taking those stepping stones and learning from it. But man, we've come a long way. And we've got technology now that can prove to us we live on a stationary plane Earth. To me, it's really simple. So, yeah, if I could find somebody worth debating and a platform who's willing to accept me, because I also have a lot of backstabbers who go around and say, because he appears to be anti-Semitic, but obviously I'm not anti-anybody. I believe everybody has the opportunity to seek, pursue happiness and wealth and whatever else we may do. If somebody wants to, even Jeranism, I've seen he's got a really good debate channel going, and I'm sort of behind that. But there's no competition. There's nobody to debate.
Yeah, unfortunately, when you go into the arena of the McToons and the FTFEs, all you're going to really get is ridicule, and they're going to try to like catch you on some minor detail. And if you don't know the full extent, like if you can't answer their question on a minor detail 100% to their liking, they're just going to try to get their audience to believe you're stupid and you don't understand anything. It's the same old tactics they use over and over again, but their audience falls for the same stuff over and over again. And I always wonder, like, some of these people in their audience must harbor some doubt. Like, after all the evidence that, it would seem to me crazy that they would not harbor some doubt after all the evidence they see.
Yeah, that's what gets me, is I think that there's a certain number of them who actually do have a certain amount of hatred in their heart. They really just harbor this hatred. And whether that's against themselves or what they project against the outside themselves, that they are really harboring it, and they're going to cling on to that. And so they're going to project that onto somebody like myself, who I'd be happy to be proven wrong on any single thing if that's the case.
Right.
I will analyze the evidence, and I'll be saying, okay, yeah, I can see that. And by all means, do that. But just to say that, oh, you're an idiot because you don't understand, that's not an argument.
Right.
I actually do understand. I understand most of their arguments pretty well. And they just interpret that as my inability to understand, and therefore I'm an idiot. And then the hatred gets projected onto me, and therefore, oh, we got another victory because we've killed another glyph or whatever, well, not killed, but destroyed another glyph. That's not the way science works. Science is always evolving and moving from one thing to another and rejecting that which we've now proven to be incorrect. And the curvature of the Earth is scientifically proven to be incorrect. There's too many pictures of seeing way too far. And if that's what the globe is based on, the evidence of how far we could see, you cannot then make the globe way, way bigger, because then it doesn't work. Because it's all back engineered onto the Eratosthenes experiment in the first place that makes it roughly 25,000 miles circumference. Everything changes. Everything is wrong.
Right.
Yeah. So, yeah.
And as you said, no, go ahead, Ross.
No, I was just going to say, it'd be nice to find somebody who I could actually, honestly, intellectually debate with.
The other thing I've noticed is that, have you noticed that when a globie, like for instance, in the case of my cousin, even though we agree on like 99% of everything else, when you encounter somebody that finds that you don't believe in the globe and you deny the globe, it seems like they can't let it go. Have you noticed that? Like, you can't really maintain the same kind of relationship with that person, because it's like you're denying their God. It's like you're denying their sense of reality. Like, even with my cousin, like, we could agree on a lot of other conspiracies and things, but he'll keep ridiculing me about how I fell for the flat earth psyop. And I always say, why don't we just agree not to talk about that, and let's not get into an argument. It's like they can't let it go. It's like they're a dog who can't let go of a bone. Because flat earth is the granddaddy of all psyops. And if you fall for that one, it's, it's bad.
I think that definitely goes back to our childhood indoctrination, where we were just showed pictures where we're told that ancient superstitious sailors believed they've sailed too far and go off the edge of the earth. So we see paintings of a ship going over the edge. Every single glober that I've encountered always talks about the edge. And I just keep saying, man, what about if there is no edge? Right. What about if it's just an infinite plane? Just entertain the idea to begin with. And then the whole idea of the edge, because that's a fear-based propaganda thing once again. Oh, you're going to fall off the edge. All globe stuff is fear-based propaganda. Meteors striking us from the sky, comets, random shit happening, falling off the edge, all that sort of stuff is what they so strongly believe that when you start saying flat earth, all they can envision is all the water rushing over. Oh, we're all doomed. And that's the end of, that's what they're picturing. But when you come to the cool, calm, collective realization that, hey, hang on, there's nowhere else for water to go because it's potentially infinite. Even if we just accept the ice wall, which some people, that's good enough for them. That's good enough to stop the water from flowing away. And then it does exactly as we observe. So it's sort of like a panic attack, I think, for many of them. That's what they're still reacting to, is because they can't grasp the beauty and common sense of walking outside and seeing the earth isn't moving. We're not hurtling through space. Don't we live in a beautiful place? To me, that was my first day of the most sane realization I've had in my life, when I realized the earth is flat, not moving, and I went outside and looked, and I went, wow, that's true sanity. if you ask me. Everything else is just insanity.
Ross, don't you find it ironic that these globies can entertain the idea of infinite space, but they can't entertain the idea of an infinite plane?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's kind of ironic, isn't it?
Yeah. And then they'll turn around and say, "All space is flat as well." I mean, that gets even more ironic. Yeah. I can't even entertain space being flat myself.
Right.
Even from my old heliocentric beliefs. To me, that concept doesn't gel, but okay, maybe if you use your imagination so much, the entire universe can be flat. No. To me, just having a physical base. Everything in physics has to have a base. And I always compare it to music. Like music has a scale, and a scale has higher vibrational frequency and lower vibration frequency. And what's at the lower end of it is bass. It's the bass note. That's where the physical dimension comes from, is the bass. So everything could be compared to sound in a sense. And then the higher the vibrational frequency, the lighter it gets. Yeah, there's the term we use, light is the opposite of two things. One of them is darkness, and one of them is opposite of heavy. So heavy and darkness are commensurate with one another. That's the base. Everything goes towards the base because of the density of things. So it's all vibrational frequency, and the higher it gets, the lighter it gets. Therefore, light comes from above, and we live on the base at the bottom of the universe.
I agree with you 110%. We're on the same page, brother. And also what you said about enlightenment, it's ironic that, again, when people think of being enlightened, they think of seeing this light, but enlightenment also means having a heavy weight lifted off your back.
Yep. And it's also often say that everything comes from within.
Yeah.
So when you can create the light from within, that's your consciousness. That's a sort of a God awareness type of thing.
I agree with you, man. You're preaching to the choir with me, Ross. Like we're on the same page. Like you're like my brother from another mother.
Yeah, love it, man. This is awesome. I'm glad you came on, because I wasn't expecting this. I was just going to talk through that silly video that I had from TikTok and keep seeing what happened. But when I seen you jumped on there, I put the link out there for a reason, and we're having this conversation for a reason. I fully believe that.
Yeah, we got to get more people up here, though, right? We got to get some. I'm always interested in seeing some of these other people in the chat that I've known I've known some of these people for years, and I don't know what they look like or sound like.
This fella here, Diana Dharma. Oh man, I wish I could get you up here, brother. I'll put the link in here again. Not that I can stay on here all day, but so cool to
It's good to make connections with people who are like-minded.
Yeah, no, this fellow is awesome. I've had chats with him before. Sea Lightning is another cool fella.
Yeah, I remember Sea Lightning for a while back.
And Saddlebum. I've probably missed a lot of these chats here. Long-range infrared photography is a deal breaker. Absolutely. That's right, because using the infrared, you can see much further through what is normally obscuring our ability to see that distance. We've got the technology today. That's how we know. It's impossible to be on a spinning space ball hurtling through space. We're back in 2 seconds. Alrighty.
Hey, back again, Ross.
See if I can work out how to do this. Maybe just pick that one. Yeah. So yeah, bro. No, this is really good because I don't get to talk to too many people. In fact, the fact that I have been trying to communicate with a lot of these people on TikTok, shouldn't even call them TikTokers because that's unfair. I'm not a TikToker, I'm not a YouTuber, I'm not a Facebooker, I'm just a person that uses social media. So, but yeah, I've tried to communicate with people who think they want to talk about the flat Earth. They'll put up their little live thing, prove to me Earth is flat, or Earth is a ball, we've been to the moon, all that sort of stuff. And so, well, yeah, I can come on and try and have a pleasant conversation with you, but they generally get so toxic really quickly. And they will find some sort of means to try and block you or ban you or trip you up and all the rest. And it's like, I'm just here to talk about flat Earth. That's really my interest. I love flat Earth ever since I got into it. It really gelled with me. As somebody who's been a bit of a conspiracy theorist, not that I call myself that, I just get labeled that because I started looking into things, like especially when 2 buildings got brought down in New York at one time, and I actually thought within 3 days of that happening, I thought, no, this is an inside job. But that made me a conspiracy theorist. Or how can you think that America would do that to themselves? I was like, well, I don't think they really did it to themselves necessarily. They allowed it to happen. Somebody allowed it to happen. But from that point on, I'm labeled a conspiracy theorist, and I'd already been well and truly into lingering contrails by that stage. And I don't know, I guess that puts me in a certain class of people where I'm considered an outsider. And I try and talk to a lot of normies, and they say, I don't believe in conspiracy theories. Well, okay, no problem. I'm not going to try and push them on you and all the rest. But when people are asking for answers to so-called conspiracies, well, I will try and give them what I can. I will answer them if they're going to ask me. So I don't bring up flat Earth at work whatsoever. If somebody starts asking me questions, I'll give them answers. I probably wish they never asked, because sometimes I won't shut up. But you don't ask me, I won't bring it up. I'm not going to say, hey, do you know the Earth is flat? You think you're a spinning space ball? I'm not like that. And I think some flat Earthers are a little bit like that. Like, I won't mention any names, like Nathan Thompson, for example, go and try to present it to school students and try and shout it out at them over the fence. That's not how it works. When people are ready for the truth and they want to know, that's when you start answering their questions.
Right. I agree.
So, yeah.
Ross, what is it like in your
and shout it out.
Sorry. Yeah, I was just wondering, Ross, in your day-to-day life, do you ever talk about flat Earth with like friends or family in Australia?
Not really. I keep to myself, actually. There's a few people, like I say, at work, if the topic comes up and we talk about it, I keep to myself these days. I don't even talk with family anymore. Like, occasionally my son comes and visits or whatever, and we'll have a chat on the phone. But I've pretty much disengaged from most of my friends and family, not voluntarily necessarily, just as the way things went. And I'm actually quite happy in the silence. I actually enjoy it. And so to be able to do something like this every once in a while, but it actually means I cross paths with someone like yourself, where, you know, I do have my partner in the Philippines. I love her very much, and I talk to her every day. Well, at least text and message one another. But I sort of enjoy my solitude, to be honest. Yeah.
I'm in the same boat, except in my case, after I saw what happened to my relationship with my cousin, and even though we still love each other, we're family, and we support each other, but he does ridicule me quite a bit for the flat earth stuff. Like he makes me the butt of many jokes, which I take good naturedly. You know, I just try to let it fall off, and I don't try to get, I don't try to let any hate dwell up in me for that. But I do notice with a lot of my family, I can't talk about a lot of subjects with them. Like I have to, I don't want to say I'm fake around them, but I almost have to like portray another character. Not so much in agreeing with a lot of what they say, but I just try to stay away from certain subjects that I know it's not going to go well. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, look, we had a bit of a family reunion a bit over a year ago. It was my dad's 80th birthday. So I met up with all the family, and I was on my best behavior. I was being really super nice to everybody. And we just, as you're having the discussion around the family table, sort of like on the second day after, so it's not the formal thing. I just got in a conversation with my sister, and we're just talking about stuff, and then the moon comes up, and so I just started asking certain questions like, well, you know, do you understand how the moon works and how the cycles work and all the rest? And the next thing, you know, like I've got a very overbearing mother. She just jumped in and said, "Rightio, we're going to change topics now. We're not going to talk about that." And I'm like, hold on a sec. This is something of real super interest to me, and I wanted to get to the bottom of this discussion. But then it dawned on me that all my life, that's what she's been doing to me to protect my little sister. So, yeah, because my mother was the oldest of 9 children. She was a female. You know, it's a long story. I don't want to involve my whole family tale here. But I can see the psychology behind what's going on is that everybody, you know, she is protecting her little princess, her firstborn daughter. I've also got the older brother. So there's 2 boys. So I was always in the middle between a brother and a sister. So I was always sort of in the butt of everything. Whatever my brother do to me, I couldn't do much about. But if I tried to take out my anger or whatever against my sister, automatically I'm in the deep shit. So I could never do a damn thing right throughout my life. So I've sort of dealt with that my whole life. So if I try to associate myself with my family problems, I'm always going to be the one in the wrong, because I come from a very intelligent family, mind you. My mother's a pharmacist, so she's highly educated in the sciences and chemistry and all the rest. My father ended up becoming an accountant after he lost a leg when I was only 5 years old. These are very intelligent people, but they cannot accept anything that I come up with. I tried telling them about chemtrails years and years back when I went back, you know, and said, look, take a look outside. I can show them to you. I can point them out to you. Look at them. That is not a natural contrail. That is a chemtrail. And they just thought I'm the loopy one. Whereas I'm saying, you're the loopy one for not understanding that this isn't the way they used to be when I was a child watching contrails. It's not a contrail. It's a chemtrail. There's a difference. So there's always been a bit of a division. You know, I looked up to them greatly as a child, but once I reached a certain level, they could no longer answer my questions. I had to seek elsewhere. And then when I came back to them with my information, no, they couldn't accept it. I'm a Fruit Loop. I'm a weirdo. All that sort of stuff. So, yeah, it happens, I think, in every family. I'm sure even Galileo or Copernicus, if they went to their parents and said, look, this is what I discovered, they would have thought he was a fucking idiot and disowned him, sort of thing. You know, it happens in every generation. Every single person who's at the forefront of new technology or new knowledge, they get rejected by everybody else because it's uncomfortable. So, yeah.
I agree.
I'm quite comfortable being alone. Yeah. Sorry?
Oh, no, I was just going to say that's the same position I find myself in. And whenever I get tempted to get angry and feel, whenever I get into dark moods because of that, I try to remember that just what you said earlier, we're all on a spectrum, and they're on a certain level. I'm on a certain level. You're on a certain level. And if I want the people that are higher up on the level to welcome me and to give me the chance to learn more, I have to be the same way with people that I feel might be a little below me on the level, you know, the ones that are, you know what I mean? Like I want to be welcomed.
Yeah, so, no, that's beautiful. Very well said. Big respect.
Yeah, it doesn't pay to be hateful to anybody, right? It's like, It's so easy to fall into the hate game, and then you start getting depressed, and then everything becomes dark. You have to keep that inner light always shining. You know, you have to like realize these people are just, again, like I said, these people are me. on some level, we're all the same thing. So to judge them or to criticize them and hate them would be doing that to myself. So it doesn't make logical sense. So
yeah, no, that's really well said, and that's actually therapeutic to me too, because just by thinking of these memories of things, because I grew up with it from childhood, these are the sort of things I've had to accept, and I've been trying to deal with it myself. But I do understand that they are at their particular level, and it's very difficult. So
now, Ross, your
that's
lady
a really
friend,
good way of looking at it.
Thank you, Ross. Your lady friend in the Philippines, is she a flat earther?
Not necessarily. No, she respects my opinions. She realizes that I am an intelligent person, and so she doesn't try to argue with me about it. She sometimes laughs at me a little bit about saying, you're always talking about flat earth. So I said, yeah, well, that's my passion, and she respects it. She's a really, really beautiful person in many respects. The way she can just accept people. They've got a really good philosophy over there, like, that que sera, sera. What will be, will be. And they'll often accept a lot of bad things too, because that's just the way it is how they see it. So, but she's awesome. She's very supportive, very lucky.
It's good to find somebody in your life like that can be open-minded, because it's hard. Like in situations where I brought that up to women, it kind of shut the door in some respects. Like they never looked at me the same way after that. I don't know. Maybe I'm going to the wrong nightclubs and bars, but it seems like it's hard to get over that fence. Like people honestly do think you're either insane or you're very, very stupid if you say that you don't believe in the globe, which is sad because the opposite is true.
Yeah, I brought it up in our early days because I was, we've actually been together for about 12 years now, engaged as such, and I don't think I was actually a flat earther back then when we first met and got engaged, but very soon after I got right into it. And so I just presented it to her and I said, you don't think I'm crazy because I believe we live on a flat earth? And she just was like, no, I respect you because I know you're an intelligent person. And so she's not necessarily on board with me or agrees with me. And I really like that because I think, well, good, she's thinking for herself, but she's also got that ability to respect somebody who I think, I give her respect. She gives me respect. And we've had a pretty good relationship, even though it sucks that we're so far apart and all the rest. She's in the Philippines, I'm in Australia, but we've stuck together. And, we help each other out a lot.
Well, there's definitely, if she's in your life, there's a reason for it. Nothing happens by accident, right, Ross?
Damn straight. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I've stood by her. Always will. Yeah. She's a great woman. Yeah.
You've never visited the Philippines?
Yeah. I've been there twice. That's how I met her in the first place. I went over there to meet her to see because I knew she was the one. And that's when we first got engaged. And I went back again 9 months later or something in the year.
What was your impression of the culture over there?
They are a reasonably simple people. It is a third world culture. So, they're all about survival and living from day to day, and they've got very low sort of economy and stuff. So, so any sort of input we can help them with is a huge benefit. Like for me, $50, I might splash that out on a night at the pub sort of thing. These days it's more like $100. But if I can send that much over to her once a week, it makes a difference in their lives. So I feel like I'm doing my bit. Some people give to charity. I'm giving to a charity that I've actually got emotional involvement with. So I've got no problem with supporting them as much as I can, where I can.
Have you ever? Oh no, go ahead, Ross. Sorry about that.
No, I just think I'm doing a good thing in the world. Like you got to help out where you can, and charity begins at home. So.
Has she ever visited you in Australia?
No, not at this stage.
No.
If she ever did, I'd find some way of kidnapping her and hiding her.
You never let her go back.
No way. No.
What part of Australia are you from? Are you in Queensland?
I'm not too far from Queensland. I'm south of the border.
Okay.
If you think of Byron Bay, Ballina, Evans Head, a little bit inland, that's where I'm at. So, yeah, pretty close to Queensland. But my son lives in Brisbane, and that's probably 2.5 hour drive from here.
And you folks are approaching winter now, right?
Yeah, it's getting cooler and cooler. That's why I can wear the hat without sweating my ass off. If it was summer, I'd just be grouping. It's pretty warm here. It's pretty tropical, so our winters are pretty mild. Like, we'd be lucky if we even get a frost in our winter. So it sort of gets cold, but it doesn't get freezing. That's winter for us here. 28 degrees south.
Do you see much difference between the Western lands, like United States, where I am, or Australia, or Great Britain, or Canada? They all seem like they have pretty much the same mentality, though, right? I mean, it all seems like it's one unified thing, I think.
What do you mean? What?
Well, when you think about the genesis of all these countries, don't they all stem from the same, like, the England gave birth to America, it gave birth to Australia, it gave birth to Canada, and England itself is a arm of the Vatican. Like that was the, it all.
Okay, so like the European influence,
Yeah.
you mean, like towards the current culture? Yeah. England has had a major influence in Australia, of course, because they're the ones that colonised it, and they even said that the land was called Terra Nullius, which meant it wasn't even inhabited by humans. It wasn't even until 1966, I believe, that they recognised that the Aboriginal culture, the indigenous people of this land, who had about anywhere from 50 to 500 nations of people, tribes of people living here, they didn't even recognise them as human beings until 1966. So, there's been a lot of bad shit happening in this country, and we got a lot of bad karmic energy that will probably never actually get settled. But yeah, generally speaking, it's a European descended sort of thing, and they brought their culture, their traditions, their religions, and their foods and all the rest sort of things. So yeah, they're pretty similar. Yeah.
Which do you prefer that lifestyle to the Philippines? I mean, it almost seems like the Philippines is a much more peaceful, simple lifestyle, but I could be wrong. I've never visited.
Oh no, they've got a lot of Western influence as well.
Oh, they do?
And in many instances, they sort of want to be more like us as well. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's not that different. It's just you go over there and, instead of paying $40 for a bottle of rum, you pay $3 for a bottle of rum. And, their houses are more like concrete sort of sheds, not necessarily always painted. Some of them don't even have a proper floor on it. They don't really have plumbing. But they sort of strive to be more like us. If we could introduce plumbing and electricity, they've often got what they call brownouts. We call blackouts here. Electricity goes out. The sewage and the water supply would be the main things I'd work on. Then housing, the clothing they do pretty well. Their clothing and all that. They all dress in a lot of Western sort of stuff. Yeah, it's an interesting mix. They've all got phones. So everybody's got a phone, but it costs them sort of next to nothing over there. And then they always ask, mister, can you give me a load? Can you give me a load for phone? And you give them like 50 cents or whatever, and then they got a day's worth of phone service. So
it's ironic though that some of the things that in the Western and European and in America we take for granted, they it's like you just said before, like you could buy a $40 bottle of rum for $3. It's like it. But would making them into us, would that really solve anything though? It seems like, is that a good thing that they want to emulate the Westerners? Is it a good thing that they want to have lifestyles that are so dependent on financial security? I mean, there's got to be a balance there somewhat, because in the West, here in America, it seems like we're on the opposite side of that, where everything is about money. And there is no more. See, I always thought maybe in the Philippines there would be a much more root, basic level of family honor, respect, that we're lacking in America. And maybe, I don't know, I can't speak for Australia, but in America, it seems like we're lacking those core values. We've become too much.
No. Australia is very much like America when you talk about that sort of thing. And yeah, that was one of the first things I appreciated is the family values that they do have over there. But that's pretty much because that's what they got. You know, like I don't think that it's necessarily going to improve them by being more like us, because then they're going to become more like us and their family values will disappear.
Right.
You know, I've never seen children more happy playing on the middle of a floor with a freaking stick. These two boys, they're all just knocking it around with one another, and they were just ecstatic, having a good old time. Whereas over here, you give kids remote-controlled cars, and they're still unhappy, sort of thing. So
they're bored with them an hour later.
Yeah, there's the beauty and the simplicity of the children I've noticed the most. Like just how intrinsically happy they are. The children are all just smiling and happy all the time. Whereas you look at the Western children, they're all crying and grumpy and miserable. And I think that's the biggest difference, because the children are happier with a more simplistic sort of thing. I've never seen anything like it. So, yeah, I think, yeah, you've got to talk about a balance. And I think that the most important thing, though, is talking about basically housing and food. As long as people got food to eat, they'll be happy. And then they can start working on everything else.
Right.
And food is one of the most simplest things to control, really. Like you can grow food out of the ground. You can stick seeds in dirt and water it, and food grows. It's so simple. And yet we've come to depend upon this other sort of system whereby we let the farmers do it all for us, and they're doing it on an industrial scale, and it's no longer food that we're connected with. So I actually think that the balance is growing our own food. Not just having a simple garden, but maybe even doing some aquaponics. Right. And an aquaponic garden isn't hard to do at all. You can have some fish in a pond in the bottom of a ICB, I think they call it IBC. You cut the top third off it, turn it upside down, put some gravel in it, create a bell siphon, and you can grow food in that. And all you have to do is feed the fish, and they grow the food for you, and you've also got fish. You know, this is sort of the basic connection to the food that we're missing out on. And that's where I think Flat Earth is eventually going to lead back to, is because everybody is so disgruntled with the current system. It's not working for us. It's making us sick, making us unwell. The pharmaceutical industry isn't working. When we go back to simple living on the land, growing our food, looking after our water supply, that's, I think, what Flat Earth is basically going to bring us back to. And it's the only thing that can bring us back to it, because nothing else is going to do it. You know, what else have we got? There's no other solution at the moment that I can think of that says, oh, what are we going to do? We're going to rebel against our governments. We're going to rebel against whatever, you know, like definitely against the farmers, because if we can turn our farmers onto our side and say, hey, let's start growing hemp. Start growing hemp. Stop growing sugar cane. Stop growing corn. Stop growing all these other crops. Grow hemp. That is going to be the biggest thing that will change everything. And if we can start using hemp again, apparently back in the 1800s or even early 1900s, before they outlawed it, hemp accounted for about 80% of all the world's tradable goods. 80%. You know, ropes, canvas, clothing, oils, everything. It was all hemp. And then when they banned it because they said it was an obscure Mexican tobacco in the 30s, because the Negro people were smoking it in their jazz clubs when they were trying to outlaw alcohol, and they actually had to bring alcohol back in. The people in Congress voted it out because they believed it was an outlaw Mexican tobacco. And then when they find out we voted against hemp, we didn't know we were voting against hemp. Heck, hemp. And they didn't realize it. But by then it was too late. So now it's time to take it back. It's the most useful plant in the world. It can do so many things. And the biggest one for me is the hempcrete. The inner part of the stem of the hemp plant can be mixed with your local sand, rock dust, whatever, and lime, and turn into hempcrete, and you've got instant permanent buildings that will turn into stone. And that's what I think the Tartarian buildings are all made out of. They weren't carved stone, they're not sands, limestone, whatever. All those pillars and all those massive churches, it's all hempcrete. That's what they've taken from us. They took that away from us. So, yeah, if we can bring back hemp, savior of the world.
Is hemp criminal? I'm not really that knowledgeable about the subject, but I know in America that the marijuana laws have been pretty much shifted. So now it's pretty much decriminalized. It's very easy for anybody to buy marijuana in America. So I'm wondering, so what is the situation with hemp now? Is hemp still off the table for mass production? Because it seems, contradictory that they would legalize marijuana but still have a problem with people doing hemp.
Yeah, well, hemp is cannabis, and
Right.
Cannabis sativa or Cannabis indica are both strains of the hemp plant. That hemp is just a generic name for it. It's all cannabis.
Right. I know that,
but the medicinal side of it is what America has now sort of legalized. Here in Australia, we still haven't quite gotten there. It's getting there, but basically hemp is just industrial cannabis. It has virtually no THC, maybe 0.5% or something, but it's still exactly the same plant. It's just a different strain of it. So you can interbreed them.
So are hemp products legal? Is it legal in Australia to produce hemp products?
If you've got no THC in it. THC is the part that's illegal. That's the psychoactive element of it, basically. So at this stage, it's very, very difficult. You can apply for a license and go 5 acres of hemp, and you got to pay for people to come out and test it several times a year to make sure it's only got X amount, THC in it. It's a bit of a joke still here in Australia. We always are so far behind. But I would think in the States, there's no reason why you couldn't start turning acres and acres of your land into hemp production. I see no reason why you couldn't do it. I don't know the laws over there as well as I do here in Australia. But here in Australia, that's still just ridiculously restrictive.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you say the marijuana laws are still pretty strict over there?
Yeah. Like if I grew a plant in my garden, for example, I could probably go to jail for it for growing a single marijuana plant. And that's just a cannabis plant. It's just the strain of it that has higher amount of THC. Yeah. You can't. You can grow it under license. There are now people starting to grow it under license, and that's for the medicinal industry. But then again, that's supporting the pharmaceutical industry, which is not really where we should be at. Everything is just taxed to death.
Right.
Which, from a plant that grows from nature. People should be able to grow it like tomatoes in your backyard. You can grow as much as you want and do what you want with it. You're not hurting anybody. But these victimless crimes, they say, well, for whatever reason, this is the whole English bloody downward force of things. It doesn't matter if you're hurting anybody. They say you can't do it and you're not paying taxes to us, so you're going to suffer and put you in prison or whatever. It's crazy. It's really wrong. But we're getting there. We're getting there slowly. Slowly but surely.
Yeah, Australia's always been a fascinating country for me. I've always been kind of fascinated by it, mainly because of its origin. I don't know, but it started by it was a penal colony, correct, wasn't it? Wasn't it originally a penal colony that English sent a lot of?
I mean, a lot of history goes back to 50,000 and more years back when it was the indigenous people living here.
Right.
Who have a lot of resemblance to a lot of the people from India as well in many instances. But about 400 years ago, the Dutch discovered the West Coast and they called it New Holland. And then there was another 200 further years until someone like Captain Cook came along and discovered the East Coast and started to chart that. He was the cartographer who first charted the east coast of Australia. But there's also evidence from some of our Maori brothers from Aotearoa, which is New Zealand, across the ditch further over. They've have evidence of been trading with the Maasai people for a very, very long time, and they came all the way from Africa. The Maasais. So it's been known that it exists for a very long time, but yeah, it wasn't until the English decided that because they had the problem with so many criminals, all these poor people who were trying to hunt somebody's rabbit off somebody's land, off some rich lord's land. They had to do something with all these people. So that's when they started shipping them over to Australia and started to colonise it. And that's when the colony of New South Wales and Tasmania and all that started to exist. So, yeah. So technically our European history only goes back about 220 odd years.
And as you say, it's ironic that they said it was terra nullius, meaning the land couldn't be cultivated?
No, terra nullius meant it wasn't occupied by human beings.
Oh, it wasn't occupied, right? But,
yeah,
yet it was. But
they disregarded that the indigenous people here were even humans. Right. They thought them subhuman. And so even back, I think, I don't like to think it did happen, but it could potentially have happened. But even back when my father was still a youngster, you could actually take the head of an Aboriginal person into a police station and get a reward for them. That's the sort of place it was. Yeah, I know. He's never said that
in your father's lifetime, that was still going on?
Yeah. As I said, I was born in 71. It wasn't until 66 that they recognized the Aboriginal people as actual human beings. That's how far it goes. Yeah. Yeah, my dad was born in the 40s or something. Yeah.
I did not know that. I didn't know that.
No. I didn't know that either. When somebody told me that you could actually take the head of an Aboriginal person into a police station as a white person, you'd get paid a bounty for it. This is the sort of thing they don't talk about. It'd be like, in America, taking the head of an Indian American into a police station, and instead of getting arrested and locked up for murder, you'd get paid a bounty. That's the sort of thing that was happening in Australia. Yeah. It's a very bizarre, but I can't comprehend it in my own head to think that that's what happened. But every now and then I remind myself of it and I thought, holy shit, we didn't even think of them as human beings until the mid-60s.
Did they do the same thing in Australia that America did to the Native Americans? Because in America, they put all the Native Americans on reservations and gave them their own sovereign. They did the same thing there?
More or less, yeah.
Okay.
Australia does have a lot more unoccupied territory. So we've still got what we call the Northern Territory, which is basically Central Australia, and it's a massive area. It's probably about 10 times the size of Texas. To put it into context, it's a huge area. And that's still considered a Northern Territory. It's not even considered as a state. And that's where many of the Indigenous people still have many communities and stuff. But it's not like it used to be for them. Yeah.
How strong is the population of Aboriginals in Australia? Is it still fairly big or?
Yeah, not real big.
No.
They've wiped a lot of them out, but they still, I shouldn't even call them they, because they are my brothers and sisters.
Right.
Yeah, they still breed pretty prolifically. Yeah. There's still plenty of them, but most of them, I would say more than 90% were wiped out.
I read a book a long time ago. I can't remember the name of it, but it was by Bruce Chatwin. And he was in Australia and he was a travel writer. And he talked about the Aborigines and he said something about the dream or the waking dream they believed in. Have you ever heard of that? Yeah, dream time.
They call it dream time. Yeah.
Could you tell me a little bit about that, Ross?
It's basically so far back in history that you can't really record it because it never was written down. So in English sort of law and everything, we write everything down, time and date stamped. That's how you've got a legal recollection of something. It's all time and date and location. Whereas the Aboriginal Dreamtime is basically talking about a time so far back, lost in history. As I say, it could go back as far as 100,000 years. So everything is passed down word of mouth. through stories. So when they're talking about previous, you can only really describe it as dream time. It's not a recorded sort of period. So it's like when you wake up from a dream, you know that it was in the past. That's your dream time. For them, it's hundreds of thousands, or thousands and thousands of years.
Wow, that's fascinating. So it implies a history that they don't try to define with linear time like Westerners do.
No. I've had some really good conversations with some elders too, and when they say, "Do you know what your birthday is?" and they're like, "No, but you know what season you were born in," and they can record how many seasons old you are, but they don't really have calendar time like we do. So no.
I tend to agree with them, Ross. I don't think it's wise to for instance, do you also think that it's not wise to like pay too much heed to your age and your birthday? Like, I try not to think of myself as a number. Like, it seems like it's a negative religion or a negative influence, because it's almost like you're making yourself age psychologically, and that will manifest in your body. Like, I try not to think of myself like that.
I read that book years ago. It's called Linda Goodman's Star Signs, and she sort of said an exact same thing: is that you are programming your mind to meet the expectations of what you think you should appear to be, and that's what the modern history has been doing, is by showing magazines. Here's a picture of somebody now 52 years old, or now 51, or now whatever, and look how much they've aged. And so you sort of do that. So you can do negative programming to your mind because you expect to look a certain way. It will make you look a certain way.
Right.
And it actually, it touches upon a very interesting subject, which talks about immortality, and that we don't necessarily have to age. And I think that certain people have been able to tap into it. Like, sometimes we see examples of some celebrities who don't age, is that you can reprogram, as she called it, reverse. And if you think about the word verse, is a song, part of a song. So reverse is to re-sing a song. You can actually reverse this stuff through mental programming, if you so wish. I mean, I sometimes think I look a little bit younger than I should, and then other times I sort of accept my age, and I think I am starting to age because I think that's what I should look like at 52 years old myself. But I think if you didn't know how old you were, then you just look whatever age you are. And you can, by the power of thinking, be whatever age you want to be. And I think that there are immortal people that have been around for hundreds of years. Like, I could be wrong about that, but it wouldn't surprise me if people like certain writers, famous people, have been around for a very long time, because they've worked out the way to do it. And all you have to do is recreate a new identity. Say, you look about 40. We'll take on to that body. Move to a new location, new name.
Sort of like Highlander.
Exactly like Highlander. Exactly like Highlander. There can only be one.
We're in the middle of the quickening, Ross. We're in the quickening.
Whereas maybe there could be hundreds and thousands. Well, But no, I love that movie, man. That's part of what I think of when I think of this immortality. And it would be a punishment too, like we were talking about before. Eventually, maybe you've had enough. And how can I escape this? You can't.
When you think about it, it would be a nightmare to have eternal life, especially if you're in one finite body and one finite mental, structure, and one. Why accept that when you could be everything?
Yeah, and he watched his beloved woman grow old and die. That would be the most painful thing.
Well, do you remember the scene when
wish it upon yourself?
Do you remember the scene when his own clan kicked him out of the clan? His own family kicked him out of the clan, and he was like, "Well, fine, I'll leave. I'll go on my own." It's almost similar to being a flat earther, isn't it, Ross?
It is. I love it. Yes, absolutely. Because it's like, okay, I've evolved beyond the need for what you can offer. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was an excellent movie.
It was.
Beautifully filmed too. The cinematography in that movie was excellent. Like I thought it was just wonderful.
I agree. And it never even made it into the cinemas, apparently. It only became a cult hit when it hit video.
Yep.
Yeah.
A lot of movies do. They don't really get big until they get on the home video market or they get on streaming or cable or something.
Yeah. Whereas if I had known it was out and heard about it, I definitely would have watched that on the big screen. It was a great movie.
You know, one sad thing they do is when they find something unique like that, they tend to like run it into the ground and they produce like 100 sequels and they get watered down and the whole mythology gets like watered down and stupid.
Yeah.
Like, did you ever see the sequel?
Matrix,
yeah, The Matrix too. Yep.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure I saw the sequel. Usually the second one is pretty lame. The third one's usually a bit better because it got to the third one. But yeah, from memory, I have seen them. I can't think of them off the top of my head now. But yeah, The Matrix, I think, did the opposite. It actually got worse with the third.
Yeah.
The first one was just brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I wished I had seen it sooner as well. It was one of those ones. I was at the video store looking for something and they actually had it for sale. And I thought, oh, I couldn't quite really afford it. But geez, I wouldn't mind it. Nah, it's all right. Waited about a year till I watched it. When I watched it, I went, oh, this is the best movie ever. Loved it.
Believe it or not, Ross, I've never seen the entire Matrix. I've never seen The Matrix. I've seen clips of it that people have sent me, but I've never sat down and watched the whole movie. But a lot of the people tell me that the sequel stunk.
Yeah. And what's weird though, too, this is one of those things that comes up with the Mandela effect, is I can remember something very clearly from The Matrix when I first watched it. And it was one of the best scenes. And I thought, damn it, I've got to watch this movie again so I can find this scene because I remember it very vividly. And when I watched it, it wasn't there. I'm like,
really?
The fuck? How could it not be there, man? How can it change? They can't change a physical VHS video that I had, but it did. Somehow or another, it did. And I can't remember now what that scene was that I was looking for. That's why I wanted to watch it again, because I very clearly remembered it at the time, saying, I've definitely got to see this. And I think that's another rabbit hole to go down.
Yeah. What is your opinion on Mandela? I haven't made up my mind on Mandela. I haven't really made up my mind whether that's a real thing.
I'm still very much on the fence, but
yeah, same.
I definitely think what has happened is somebody's found access to time travel. But what happens is it's happening in our lifetime. So the things that have already happened in our lifetime have happened. So we've got a clear memory of it. But if they can go back in time and change it, they can change it to the point where now in this lifetime it hasn't really happened. Like, for example, the Monopoly guy with the monocle. There's no way he didn't have a monocle. But they've changed it so that now in this lifetime it doesn't happen, but we still have the memory of it. Whereas anything that happened before we were born, we wouldn't know any different. You can't change that. So yeah, I really think it's something to do with time travel, some sort of joker, somebody who can only change minuscule things that don't affect anything else, but it can still change logos and names of things and stuff like that. But if it changed, say a certain president being born, say, for example, say it prevented Bill Clinton from being born, that can't happen because it's already happened to such a degree that you can't change all of that because that would change too much and create an entirely different timeline. But the things that they are changing are so insignificant, we can tell them. But yeah, it's an interesting conundrum to me.
It's an amazing idea that time isn't fixed and that it's malleable and it can be changed. And also it brings to mind that when you go to bed tonight, when you wake up tomorrow, you might be in a different timeline.
Mm-hmm. Anything is possible. I will not rule out anything. And that, again, brings up the simulation theory type of stuff where You wouldn't know. We could be plugged into a computer program, and for all I know, we weren't even having this conversation until 2 seconds ago, and the whole conversation was programmed into me to think that it happened, and I can't tell any different because you can't tell. That's a whole part of this whole simulation thing, is you wouldn't know because that's what's programmed into us. Mark Sargent often brings up that movie, and I finally watched it the other day, a couple of months back, called The 13th Floor. And it's a super interesting movie. I don't know if you've ever seen that one, but it's a simulation thing where these guys are like us now, in the here and now. One of the guys is a computer geek, and he has a whole battery of computers creating a new realm like The Sims, the simulation realm. And it was set back in, say, the 1930s. And so then these guys could travel back and appear as though a bit like an avatar type thing, that you were living in the 1930s. And it's like, for them, it was great because they could do whatever they wanted. They could set themselves up with a whole lot of money and all these women and all these beautiful nightclubs and all that sort of stuff, and they're having a great old time. But yeah, eventually you reach this point where you realize you can go no further because the sim can only create a certain size area. And eventually the guys who are creating this realm realize that they are also in a realm that's created by somebody else. Right. And so it goes to all these different levels where, yeah, we could be Sims within a Sims and we would never know it because we've never tested the boundaries of the limits of where we're living.
And it makes sense because not only could we be simulations in a larger simulation, and that could be a simulation in a larger simulation, but we as Earthlings create simulations. We create video games and virtual reality equipment. So it makes sense. Like it would just, it would be like something that would be continual.
Yeah. If we can create Sims who eventually reach the level of intelligence to create their own Sims, who eventually create the intelligence to develop their own Sims, and it goes up and down both ways. So yeah, we could be simulations within a simulation of a simulation. All the way up.
Mind-boggling, Ross. Mind-boggling.
It sucks to think it because I tend to like to think that this reality is the one, but yeah, when you do lucid dreaming, and makes you wonder. There could be, could be all sorts of levels. Make the most of what you got.
Yeah, and in any case, even if this is a simulation, that doesn't mean we can't have a good time, right, Ross?
Exactly. But I think it takes away from the joy. Are you really having a good time, or are you just pretending to have a good time?
Well, have you ever made love to a beautiful woman in your dreams?
Yeah.
Did it take anything away from the pleasure when you woke up later on and realized it was a dream?
A little.
But at the time, it still felt good, right? I mean, in the dream, it still felt real.
True, but I'm one of those ones who's never actually reached that point of climax in a dream. I can do it in real life, but I've never done it in a dream. Actually, I had a friend many years ago, when you're teenagers and people talk about wet dreams and stuff, and you sort of joke about it. And he said he's never had one. I said, you know what? Neither have I. Never ever.
Yeah, you know what, Ross? Neither have I.
Yeah,
I've never had one either.
Yeah, interesting.
But it brings back the Matrix, though, because one of my friends sends me clips, and one of them was from the Matrix, and it was that scene where I guess the character Cypher.
Yeah,
he was eating the steak.
Yeah,
and the Archon said something about, and he was like, "Oh, I know the steak isn't real, but it sure tastes real." And it's sort of like the simulation. I mean, it's not real, but it passes for real, you know?
Yeah, you want to believe it's real because it's better not knowing that it's not. Yeah. That's why I tend to think that this physical realm, even though it might be a world of illusion, is as close as it gets to experiencing physical reality. And I guess you could even really, like it's going a little bit overboard here. But if you really trace it back then to the whole story of the Christ and everything and what he went through and his crucifixion and all that, is that a lot of people will sometimes say that, well, what was he really suffering if he knew he was going to spend eternity in heaven type of thing? And said, yeah, but he still had to go through that sort of thing.
Right.
It was still real at the time. So, yeah, opens up a whole box of them.
I know, dude. Ross, I'm gonna have to break because I have some other stuff. But
Same,
I hope we
bro.
can do this. I hope we can do this again, brother.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. It's nearly 3:30 here as well. I've still got to go and do a few things. So I didn't expect to go for this long, but I'm just glad the way it progressed organically. And we had a great chat, man.
I loved it. I loved every second of it.
Thank you.
I'll see you soon, Ross. Hopefully we can do this again, brother. Stay cool.
No, it's me, man. Take it easy, bro. Now that was freaking awesome. That's something that doesn't occur too often. Just an organic conversation comes up with a really good bloke. Man, that was awesome. Diana Dharma, why the fuck didn't you get up here? I tried to add you in, bro. Didn't you see? This is the that's the link there that I had linked at the bottom of the thing all this time. I don't know how else to do it. But I am actually getting a little bit tired too. I can only go for so long. But brother, if you hop up, once again, stoke the billy. How long has it been going? It's been going for 4 hours and 15 minutes. Thanks, Larky. It was good. It was really good. Great bloke to talk to and very intelligent questions and really pushed me in certain ways. It was almost like therapy. Definitely helped. It's going to drop out and let this run for a bit. See if you can spot the moon.